Good greetings, this is your captain. No, I'm not going to do that. Hi, Rusty Dog here. Welcome to Seattle in Washington. And we're going to be taking a flight today to Boise in Idaho. And hopefully it's all going to go perfectly. So, I've taken the liberty of doing the initial startup of the aircraft. And importing the SimBrief flight plan, just so that we don't have to wait for that. Let me see, this one. Perfectly. So, alright. Oh, gain damage. I thought you were going to sleep. I tell you what, this is a sleeping flight, so you can sleep when we take off and just relax in your comfy chair. Okay, so I've had to wait 7 minutes for the GPS system to align. It's done that. And yeah, the weather. Can we just talk about this? I mean, planes are taking off, but I'll be honest, the last time I took off in weather like this, the plane came down again quite quickly. So, I have the flight plan already set up. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm hoping it's going to be fine. So, in the meantime, why don't we get people boarded on the plane? And talking of boarding, on this, I wish they would do... Actually, I think they do it. Hold on. Phoenix have got their own logistics here. Interesting. Let's do... Are we that close to Alaska? Okay. Is it doing it because you didn't give me the option I wanted? No. There's an option where you can say don't board anybody, which is basically the crew, so it just moves straight onto the passengers. And I think it skipped that. Now it is raining, but I'm seeing, I don't know if you can see this guys, but I'm seeing occasional snow as well. So I don't know what went wrong last time in this weather. You didn't see it because I did it all offline. Here we go. So I'm just going to say nobody, in that way just the passengers get on board. So last time I took off in this weather, I couldn't get power on the engines, and it just came down again. And there's nothing I could do. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen this time, eh? Right, let's get the SimBrief flight plan in. I haven't really checked it. The only thing I know about it is that the runway we're coming in on does have ILS, so we will be doing an ILS approach. And the flight number today is Delta Airlines, so it's going to be DEL, and the number itself is 2627, my usual Rusty number. And the cost index for today is 5, saving on fuel then. And the flight level, cruising altitude, will be 35,000, so we'll be well above all of this horrible weather. And that's it. The wind is gusting a little bit as well, so we'll see what happens on the takeoff. So Seattle, and we're departing from runway 16 left, and we're going via Summer 2. Maybe it's on here. It is. Transition, yes, BKE, and insert. I wonder if I can show you guys this. I think I can. If we go here, we go to route. So you see we've got the KC, which is where we're leaving from, Seattle. Ignore these for now. We've got Summer 2, and then it's going on to BKE. And then the star is Cayenne 4 This might be a via devil A, devil whatever. We'll find out now. So, okay boy, arriving at runway 10 right, Zulu, this one. And if you remember, the star is Cayenne 4, so we're going to be looking for that down here. Might be the next one on the list. There it is. Via Devil 8, just like we saw. And we're going to choose that. And it's in there, transitioning there, and insert that. Alright. So I won't run through the flight plan on here yet until we get the performance stuff in. Sleep doesn't work. Listen, don't worry, I'll just talk in a nice quiet voice and I'll put you to sleep, I promise. Just keep staring at the screen and count sheep or something. Okay, so next thing then would be in the diff rip. We've done data, init, flight plan, that's diff. Rip is radio, but we don't need to put those in, they're already in. I is, so the diff rip, the I on rip is this one again, but this time it's the second page. And we want the zero fuel weight and the block weight. Now, before we do that, we need to load the plane up. So let's go to mass and balance here. Let's load the aircraft. Let's just make sure that this ties up with everything on SimBrief. So block fuel is on SimBrief is 5681. That's correct. Passengers 148. That's correct. Looks like 120 are on board already. Is that syncing up with GSX? No, that says 42. Anyway, yes, and the cargo capacity, which never really syncs up, according to SimBrief, is 2220. So I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put 2.2 here. There you go. Alright, let's load up the aircraft, and let's do it 7 minutes, because that's how long I reckon that's going to take. I don't know. That means I've got 7 minutes to wait before I can put the performance figures in. Unless, is this, yeah, no, this is working on the fly, look, it's moving. Alright, so people are getting on, and they're getting on out here as well. Nobody's getting in on the back door. I don't know why they put that there. And the baggage is being worked on as well. It all goes in a big box in the AE320s, whereas in the Boeings, I think you see suitcase per suitcase. How's visibility? Oh man, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what the visibility is. If we go to my flight and we want the weather. So 7SM I think is the visibility, 7 statute miles, and minus RA is rain. Temperature is currently 2 degrees, falling to 0 degrees tonight. I've already put the air pressures in. We have remarks here, but I don't know what they mean. AO2, P00, I don't know what those mean. Keep forgetting anyway. This is the time and date. This is the wind information. 090, so at 90 degrees we have 08 knots of wind, and it's gusting up to 18. So, alright. So we've got the air pressure in, 30.12 on both sides, which translates to 1020 in hectopascals. And on the standby instruments, you can see I've also put it here as well, 1020. Alright. So I guess we're just waiting for the passengers to get on board, and then we can pop in the correct weight figures. Block fuel we can put in already because we know what it is. So 5681 I don't know whether to round up or down on this. If I tell the plane it's got less fuel than it really has, just by a little bit, obviously. Putting this in is just so that the plane can, it's not a, if you put like 5.7 of fuel in there, it doesn't mean you're putting that in the plane, it's just an indicator. But we're almost at 5.7, so let's just do that. So 5.7 tons of lovely fuel, and zero fuel weights and stuff. People are still boarding, so you'll know that the plane is getting heavier as we go. See, there's the fuel. So we're only 20 kilos short of 5.7. I suppose I could have put 5.7 of fuel in, it would have been easier. Lenny Brooks, hi Lenny, good day to you, sir. Where are we? Okay. Oh, that's what that is. I wondered what the little pull down was for. I've just noticed that my battery's going down on the thing here. So the ground power is not powering my iPad, and the cable's plugged in, so I'm not sure why it's not charging. Is it charging? Oh, it is charging. What the hell is it doing so far down on battery then? I don't think I had it running for too long. I may have done. Yeah, look, it's charging. It's gone to 86 now. Okay. Right, this is still too bright for me. I don't like this being so bright. How are the passengers doing? We've got 90 people on board. This GSX has 103. Don't worry, they're two separate things. Oh, VATSIM? No. Let's pop into here. So people are coming on board and then just obviously disappearing. Now, I have in fact, hold on. Why can't I move around? That's a good point. Why can't I move around? I have set up landing lights on a button now. So that might make life easier for me. Just trying to remember. Why have I suddenly forgotten how to move? What the hell? I'm sure it's Alt. Hold down the Alt key. And isn't it the WASD keys? I've forgotten how to move around. No, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's Alt and cursor keys. Want to head up to the... Is this part here, this part of the plane, this is the galley, right? And then we can just see people getting on board here. Oh, I hope she's not on her own. Where's Mummy and Daddy? Rex AccuSeasons, no. The only Rex product I have used, which I don't have installed, is the one that does the airport runway markings and the lines and stuff. I can't remember what it's called now. Instead of Rex AccuSeasons, I use a free one called Bijan Seasons, and I've been using that one for ages. I think it's great. It does everything. It does all the nice autumn trees or the winter trees and stuff like that, and it updates in the sim every quarter. So every time the season changes, it updates in the sim automatically via a Windows service, and it's free. So But I've heard good things about Rex. But yeah, no, I'm using Bijan, B-I-J-A-N, Bijan Season. Oh, come on, darling, you're missing the thing. That's the first time I've seen the door close from the inside. Dude, you guys are missing the thing. Right. There's still people coming. Why did the jetway go away? Oh, are we boarded here? Is that what it is? Yeah. Right. Okay. So let's check out. So the zero fuel weight is 68.069. We could put 68. We could put 58.1. And the center of gravity here is 31. So 58.1 we'll go with. I'm going to round it up. So 58.1 is the final weight of the plane. And the center of gravity was 31, right? Awesomeness. Now let's see what extra time we have. Hopefully a little bit. That'll do. 54 minutes worth. So what it's basically saying here is if we can't land at our destination airport for any reason, we have 1.8 tons of fuel remaining, which is equivalent to 54 minutes. So we'll have 54 minutes flying time to get to the alternate airport should it be required. Yeah, so that's that. So the next thing we want to do, now that we've got our stuff in, is work on our departure preferences. And we're taking off from, let me just get my sim briefy thing up again. Yeah, you should ask me, man. Come in the Discord and you could have asked me. But yeah, no, it's good to have one. But hey, listen, I've heard good things about the Rex one, so don't worry about it. I'm sure it's a good product. I bought the Rex. I don't know what it's called. I'm sure I've got it on my desktop on one of my monitors here. Let's have a look. Rex Real Global Airport Textures. But I haven't used it for a while, really. I haven't updated it, or I haven't used it for quite a while, so yeah, so it's turned off at the moment, that one. Right, let me just see, where are we? So 16 left. So we're taking off runway 16 left. Why didn't it load it from the load sheet? Been having some problems with this thing. It's just not doing its thing. Anyway, I'll just do it manual. So surface is wet for sure. So flap config, we're going to run flaps 2 for takeoff. We don't want to force toga, which is takeoff go around, so which is basically full throttle. We're not going to force that. Anti-ice I'm definitely going to put on because of the temperature we have right now. Packs are going to be on, which is basically air conditioning. And the takeoff weight is 63.5 tons, and as we know, the center of gravity is 31. Wind is 100/9, temperature 2. I'm reading that out as if it's a blood pressure, and the altimeter is now 30.11, so that's changed. But okay, so you sync that, and while you're syncing up, I'm going to change this down. Has that changed to, no, it's still 1020, which means I can leave this guy alone. Okay, so we have a V1 and V rotate of 139 and V2 speeds of 141. So we've done diff re. We need to go to P for diff rip. Here we go. So 139 is the V1 speed. V1 is basically, once you get to that speed, you're taking off. Once you go beyond V1, you don't get to do your, aborting of the takeoff, maximum brakes, and stopping at the end of the runway. Once you've hit V1, that's it. You're taking off no matter, even if your engine's on fire. Rotate, obviously, is just when you pitch the nose up and get in the air. And V2, I don't know what the hell that is. I don't actually. V2 141. Is that going to be the speed when your wheels lift off the ground? I don't know. Transition altitude 18,000 feet. That is true for the entire United States. So that's fine. Flaps, as we said, is 2. And the auto trim for the pitch is down 0.5. How can I know all this and not land the plane properly? The descent is not my strong point, it seems. It was alright in my fly-by-wire days. Flex to temp is 68, and across the board throttle reduction and engine out acceleration, I guess, is 1440. That's easy to remember because it's my screen resolution in height. So 68 is the flex to temp. I'm just wondering, does that mean that we're going to be, that's degrees. That doesn't mean we're going to be throttling at 68% throttle to take off, does it? No. Does it? I don't know. I just know it means it's we got throttle reduction here and engine out. It's just that we're not going to be taking off with full power, basically. And based on the weight and everything, the plane has calculated the optimal power it can take off at, I would say that is. So 1440, and that's that done. So now that we've got the performance figures in, now we can go to the flight plan. Doesn't seem to be any errors on there saying that it can't make a certain thing. So let's have a look and make sure there's no breakages. I can put the constraints on, but I don't think they show in the plan mode anyway, so what's the point? Right, so let's take a look. Let's step through this and make sure everything is good. And so basically whatever's in the middle of the screen here, right in the center, which there is, well, it should be the one at the top really, but limb is there for some reason, but that's okay. Actually, it's not the one at the top, it's the next one, but okay, that's fair enough. Right, we've reached top of climb after Wanta, so that's good. The flight's going to be around 1.5 hours, I think. And then we've got about, so top of climb, then we'll be doing 137, 141 nautical miles at cruising before we start to descend, at top of descent here. That's top of descent marked on the thing, so BKE, top of descent. So this is the point where the plane will start coming down. And it looks like so far we don't have any discontinuities. Have I just jinxed it? This is the deceleration phase. And we're straight in on runway 16. Absolutely beautiful. Now, last thing I want to check here is my... Oh wow. This runway looks like, in Boise, it looks like it's fairly high above sea level. I want 4,100. I'm going to be very interested in where we're capturing the glide slope here. Although, yeah, because last time we were coming down, I got the localizer. The glide slope was armed, but it never actually locked on, and I don't know why to this day. Mr. Herobrine 15, come with you and we'll be in a world of imagination. I'm sure that's true. I'm sure you have a very imaginative world out there. But if you don't mind, I'll be staying here in the plane. Well, listen, Lenny, if you're okay with descent, please stick around and let me know of any mistakes I make in that phase. I tend to put this all the way to 35 to the cruising altitude, but you don't have to, of course. You can just go up to any other constraint or the transition altitude. But as the plane's going to take care of itself all the way up, I just think, why not just put the cruising altitude straight in at the beginning? Right, so switching to the standard mode here, we can now put the constraints on so I can see them. I like to have those on. And we've got that done, haven't we? So let's take a look in Navi, and let me have a quick look here a moment. That's not the right one. Why is it I always seem to pick the wrong freaking chart? Okay, so we are where the blue arrow is. So we're going to go nose left, and we're going to be taxiing up here because this is our runway. You learn from me? Oh boy, you're in trouble. Yeah, runway 16 left. What is this configuration here? So we've got Bravo going to Delta or Bravo going on to Charlie. But this looks like, is this for, we've got cargo buildings here, right? So if we take this inner, actually no, we can't do that. We'll go up here. These letters are too bloody small for me. So we'll take this taxiway up, and because of the length of the runway, it doesn't matter. I think we can take Delta, and I mean, we are Delta Airlines after all, right? So why not? Right, okay, now then, our destination is Boise, and I want to have a look at the final approach just a second, because we're coming in on 10 right, so come on. There we go. So 2836, and we'll be doing a category 1 landing. So 3036 will be our decision altitude. Interesting. And we've got this at 4,100, which is 6.3 nautical miles out. Okay. Oh. It looks fair enough. ILS frequency is 111.1, but the Airbus seems to know that and put it in itself. Yeah, I'm not at that sim level either. And our arrival is via Cayenne 4, so let's have a look at that. So this is our arrival. Nice, it looks very, very straightforward. Under 16,000 at Delby, under 10. Or 16,000. Wait a minute. Come down here. Oops. Right, so there are constraints here, and the plane says it's going to make 22, so it's above. Okay. Right, so 16,000 are above here, 10,000 are above there, 8,000 are above here. And we're coming in via Jimmy, I think, right? So that's at 6,000 as well. We're definitely going to be above there. Yeah, we're going to be above 400 feet above. And these mean that the plane is happy. It's going to make those heights. Those are just pre-calculated. Hey, James D Racing. Hi, thank you, sir. Should we get rid of the spammer with no life? Yeah, let's do that. Asham, why don't you have a better life than this one? NGA. If that means what I think it means, then you got more problems in your life than you need to have. Right, let's get rid of that arsehole. You've got to sympathize with people who are less fortunate than yourself, really, haven't you? Right, so now I'm happy with that. I want to get back to here. I want to keep this up. Because I'm going to need these info for later. While we're in the cruise phase, we can start putting in the destination data and stuff like that. But, just for easy referral, I'm going to write down the stuff I need off here, just in case I don't have it on the screen at the time. And the runway altitude is 2836. Precision altitude then is 3036. And so category 1 landing is basically a manual landing, but we'll be bringing it down on autopilot, but it's eventually we'll be taking over and landing ourselves. Category 3 landing is what you would use for auto landing. So if the visibility is bad, we might have to do that. But there's no differentiation here between category 1s and 3s, so I'm going to use this. If we were using localizer only, and because of the glide slope is out or there's some issues, then this will become the decision altitude. Okay. Cool. I think we've kept these passengers waiting for long enough. It is around 1 p.m. here in Seattle, so let's skedaddle. That was an unintentional rhyme, but let's skedaddle from Seattle. Tell you what, my moderators could have. Are you still there, Gain Damage? Oh, maybe I'll put him to sleep. Yes, Cat 1. I prefer Cat 1. Auto landings are really nice, but they're only really they're terribly useful in low visibility, you know, or no visibility. Category 3 landings are just lovely because you sit back and let the plane do it for you. Okay, so I'm just going to get the radio initiated. And then we'll be good to go. Hopefully we've put Gain Damage to sleep now. Yeah, I know he was tired. So, TCAS on, wind shear on. Let's get things cranked up, shall we? So, fuel pumps enabled. APU on. 2, 3, go. All right. Oh yeah, look, I've got a button now on my joystick. Right, watch. Right, gain damage. Would you like to become a moderator? And if we get low lives with no lives on the chat, you can use the hammer and just remove them. There's a zero policy, so if they, you know, first offences are last offences, that's it, just remove them from the channel. The whole deal. No timeouts, just gone. If you want to be moderator, let me know, I'll make you one, and I will trust your judgment. Oh yeah, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Okay. You're a moderator. You should have a little. I don't know if it'll put a little spanner or a wrench next to your name. It should do. All right, we're ready to go. I mean, I would just wonder whether ATC would let us take off from here in this weather, but I don't know. We'll try. Hey, I'm going up anyway. So let's get the APU lead on, and we can get the external power disconnected. And also, where are you? I've not had to use you before. Let's take a look up here. Oh, that's going to annoy me. It's wiping, but it's leaving streaks. Didn't they use Rain-X? I won't leave them on for long, guys, I promise. Okay, so let's request a pushback. I believe I'm ready to go. And yes, let's get de-iced.
Are coming now.
We're going to get de-iced, guys. Oh, you've gone blue now, gain damage. Do you mind that? It looks like the moderation status overrides the channel member green. Oh, look at the coloring here on the glass. How cool is that? Yeah. Right, so we are in the United States of America. So we want to contact Seattle Tower. So we have the de-icing. They're going to de-ice the wings for us before we take off. Here we go. We got a truck coming in that side and one in that side. Let's go up.
Confirm aircraft is ready for treatment.
Yep. And you can, whatever your choice is, I don't mind. 50% concentration. Oh, we got a plane coming in there, look.
50%. I will call you back when ready.
Right. Put your nice stuff all over my wings. Yeah, mods are blue. I just wondered whether it was going to keep him green, though, you know? Stay green, but with the spanner. Just to make sure we don't ice up. It's a cold day. You don't mind colours. Yeah, look, we got these planes that you see moving around. They are as it is right now in reality. So planes are definitely coming in and taking off. So You should be fine. It is a good add-on, Glennie, yeah. These de-icing trucks are very loud. With great power comes great responsibility. Getting damage. Alright. Planes have been de-iced.
Anti-icing completed. Anti-icing code is fluid type 1. Concentration at 50%. I'm disconnected. Good day.
Okay, I'm just making sure I have everything set where I want it.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Once we get above the clouds, we'll turn these... Why do they have to be so noisy? Are they really this noisy?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
So we cannot start the engines until... we can't start the engines until the pushback is complete. So, while we're doing that, let's take a look at the load sheet, which I think is waiting for us. The weather data doesn't work, it's bugged.
Departure
So
completed. Bypass pin
we
inserted.
can't go in there and check it out or print it out. It's a little bug, I hope they fix it soon. So this is our zero fuel weight, this is our takeoff weight, passengers plus 2. No crew then? Just the 2 pilots? I don't think so. But, okay.
United 130 814 miles southbound ILS runway 34 right approach. United 1308 Seattle Tower. QNH 30
Locking gear.
wind 075 at 8. Cleared ILS runway 34 right approach. Cleared ILS runway 34 right approach. United 1308.
Nose left, right?
2887, wind 320 at 24, RNAV, traffic here, wind 26 left.
Oh, we haven't dismissed the GPU.
Pick up 26 left off the 2887.
Yeah, quite right, I did. I turned it off, but I didn't dismiss it. There we go.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
No problem.
Good turn, wind 26 left on. Operate 26 left off of 736.
That Alaska Airlines has been stood there in the taxiway for quite a little while. I don't know what the issue is, but I don't think I need to use that.
736, RNAV, traffic here, wind 26 left. RNAV, Delta 5 takeoff, 26 left off of 736.
So let's go. If we keep the ILS, if we keep this one
016, got
favorited,
4 RNAV and
I don't know where to access this from, but there you go.
RNAV, take off, don't perform impact.
Seattle Tower, Alaska 68115 miles south inbound ILS runway 34 right approach. Alaska 681 Seattle Tower.
Oh, hello.
QNH 30.11 wind.
I wonder if this is bugged here like this.
Cleared ILS runway 34 right approach.
Is he waiting for us? That's nice.
United 1308 wind 075.
He might be waiting a while because we've got to fire the engines up.
34 left.
Wow, we've got pulled right the way around there. Oh, this weather. I think it's raining in Boise as well, or at least it was. It might just be overcast.
Please set parking brakes.
In fact, I think it did say it was just overcast. It didn't say any rain. So.
Or eastbound Echo, we're going to need to get out of line. All right, no problem. Just 2210 fall to the right in the run-up pad, and let me know if I can help you, if you need what I can do for you. All right, run-up pad, we'll keep you posted.
Normally we'd have the engines running by now, but obviously
Seattle
we
Tower,
can't.
Alaska, 34714 miles, south inbound ILS runway, 34 right approach. Alaska 347 Seattle Tower. QNH 30.11 wind 057 at
I hope after all this we'll get a good takeoff.
runway 34 right approach.
Delta 1144.
Oh, you want... Okay, sorry.
Be advised, there'll be a slight delay for heavy traffic.
So, engine number 2 coming online.
Runway 34 right approach Alaska 347.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, awesome, gain damage. Nice. Yeah, let's see if we can figure out a day. I can never plan too far ahead because I end up making promises I can't keep if I do that. Alright, so engine number 2 is coming up.
41 RNF, up here with 26 left, so take off. RNF, clear for takeoff, 26 left, Delta 1941.
Oh, it sounds good. Sounds good. I haven't done any of the salvaging stuff. There's a lot I haven't actually done in Star Citizen. Right, as soon as we get decent power from engine 1, we'll confirm the start and we'll disconnect the APU.
Going out for the ramp to this
Wind 057 at 6.
Delta 1144, wind
And these error messages should go away.
up here with 26
Clear
left.
to land runway 34 right. United 1308 exit runway when able.
Right, tuning into Seattle departure now.
Singapore 21 heavy
And we have a good engine start on both engines, so let's confirm that.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. Please disconnect.
APU coming off. Oh, I didn't do the beacon light. Right, sorry. Should do the beacon light before you start the engines. That's a warning to everybody, the engines are about to start. Didn't do it.
Unlocking gear.
Yeah, I think my ship's an Avenger or something like that.
1326 1.3 for 3000. Yeah, 1326 next car, better count.
Come on, pull that pin out.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Oh, she did it? Okay.
Left is clear, right is clear.
That plane is still waiting behind me. Pity they don't get allowed to go around. Now we got to wait for her to give me a little wave goodbye, and we're good to go. I'm not going to see her from here. But as soon as she starts walking away, we can move. In the meantime, let's get the flaps into the flaps 2 position, and the rest of the stuff we'll do as we get to the runway holding point. Oh, has she disappeared? No, she's there. Okay, she's just giving me a little wave, so we're ready. So parking brake is off, seatbelts are on, no smoking is on, APU is available if we need it, but we don't, and let's go. Now, here's the thing, where am I going?
Quarter 2124, Connor maintain 4000. I maintain 4000, quarter 212.
Don't worry, the wipers will be going off soon. I just want to maintain having them on just for authenticity's sake.
Alaska Tree, 47, you are 1 mile south. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet.
I realized that, you know, America has American Airlines, it's got Delta Airlines, but the other, like, I don't have Southwest liveries for this plane, which is weird. I've downloaded so many Southwest liveries, but it must have been on the Boeing or maybe the fly-by-wire. I don't think we're on the right path, are we? I think we're on the right. Need to veer off book here. We're not on the right taxiway. I'm hoping there's another yellow line right here. Yeah, so I'll make a point of downloading some Southwest. Oh shoot! Now what? I'll tell you what, the brakes on this are not working very well. I'm not waiting for this plane, we're just going to have to go straight through it. So, takeoff config test. And I forgot to do a thing here. Normal. Okay, plane's happy. We're going to go through this one. Oh. Hey, but you learn by the mistakes, right? So it's all good. This would be a disaster normally.
10-1285.
I think I saw one of the passenger spleens as I went through there. Are we? We want to be turning off. Not the next one, but the one after. Please, 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 please have enough power. Anti-ice and probe heats, I forgot to put those on.
1526, close 8, 5,000. 5,000, yes.
We follow our progress here, and you can see we're not going to be turning off on this taxiway here, but the next one. This is too early for us. And then if I press the landing lights, yay.
Direct coach, I get the altitude reporter, do what you're running.
Notice the landing light toggle switch though in this game also toggles the one of the runway switches. Isn't ideal because that's gone off now. Okay, we don't need to wait at the threshold because I've all the stuff here I've done already. So we just go straight on the runway. Doesn't look like anything's coming.
10,000 in code port, do what you're running.
Don't think anything is. Oh Jesus!
Parking 289.
Visibility sucks, man.
289 over the cafe.
But if we get a nice takeoff, it's going to be bright blue skies. Now the way I line this plane up on the lines is you see these lines here. Well, the wider gap is what I line up with. put the line inside this gap here, and that tends to be the way I line it up. Have I set the trim? It's automatic, isn't it? It's done automatically, I think. Hold on, wrong one. It's down 0.5. I believe that's set by the plane, right? I'm going to do that automatically. Right? I've not set anything here.
26 left, 240.
Actually, I probably should set it. There. What I have done is, if you notice, when I'm hovering over the buttons, I'm not getting any dialog pop-ups now. I took those off. No, I've never done it myself, but yeah, down 0.5, so we've set it there anyway. And if I'd had my dialog things on, then what it should be though is you can press it should be where you could press a key on the keyboard. Let me just put this on. It should be so that if you press like shift and hold, or control and hold the mouse over somewhere, then it pops the dialog up. You know, that would be good. But yeah, that's roughly where it is. I've never actually manually set the trim in the A340, but in the A320. But yeah, okay.
421 heavy, increase your rate of climb. Okay, expediting climb, 421.
Okay, so it's straight out. We're going. Okay, we're stable. Wow, there's a bit of push to the left. Having to correct. That's been the case in the last few takeoffs. I wonder if it's a control issue, calibration issue. E1. That's okay. You're up. Oh Jesus! Getting a little bit gusty. Plane coming at us. Traffic. Traffic. Oh, jeez. I think that guy had to do a go around. Flaps one. A bit high. Come on. I'm going straight to autopilot. Flaps are in. Down spoilers are disarmed. And the wipers have magically switched themselves off. That's a new one on me. Maybe they... Oh, do they do that automatically? Is that an automatic thing? That's pretty decent. So we've got anti-ice on, but it says here ice not detected. So until it does, let's turn these off. Save a bit of power. What?
Traffic.
Oh, traffic. Okay, I'm not worried about traffic. If we were using ATC, we wouldn't get these things, but we're not. We're just... Oh. Hey, if the visibility is like this coming into Boise, we will have to do an auto land. There's no way I can land like this. Maybe that was a problem before, Lenny. Why I took off in this weather and it just sunk to the ground. Maybe it's because I didn't do my pitch trim. But now it's being taken care of automatically, I would imagine, with the autopilot. All right, so climbing up towards 3,000 slowly.
289, turn left direct elevation. Left turn direct elevation, 289.
And I want to have this on a different screen when we get up there. Oh, the weather is just absolute naff. I deliberately chose a daytime flight so that we'd be able to see something, you know, as opposed to a nighttime where you just see the city lights. Well, this is worse. Because all we're just going to see now is just cloud everywhere. If we look down, it's just going to be cloud the whole time. But we will break through. I don't know what the height of the clouds are. But we're at 10,200 feet already, and I'm not going to take the seat belts off until I know we're through this, just in case there's any bumps. We've got a little bit of a wind pushing the tail out to the left. 23 knots. I don't know if you'll be able to see that. No, we're actually going quite straight there. How are my good passengers? Do they have any crap view as well?
Get 35, London 10, 10,000, the traffic still back. 10,000, for 35.
Anyway, I would hate to fly in these. Oh, yeah, right, Lenny. In zero visibility, seeing the runway lights sort of, you know, like 20 feet from the ground. Yeah, no thanks. No. What could possibly go wrong? Apart from everything, nothing really. Look at the cloud though down below. Jeez. Please be nicer weather in Boise. We'll be climbing higher, so we'll get above these top clouds, I think, as well. We've still got a ways to go, and we're just about to fly into one. Okay, so I feel okay to release the seat belts now, so do that, and we'll take off the landing lights as well. It looks nice up here though. Oh, we got a bit of land there. Good way to learn how to die. Yeah, beautiful. Right, let's turn the range up. And we can have our sandwiches. You should be able to put food here. I forgot to bring my cup of tea, didn't put it in there. Awesome. And I've got my proper autopilot disconnect button set up now. It used to be toggle. I used to have it set to toggle autopilot master to disconnect, but that was not the correct button. That was not the correct binding to do, apparently. And the one I needed was autopilot off. So I've rebound my autopilot on-off button, not to the master, but to the autopilot off. Which would explain, I think, why on some occasions we got the autopilot disconnecting, but the horn not going out. It was just wah the whole time. And I think that kind of explains it. So we're just coming past now the transition altitude. Let's get the train back in. And that means we're going to put the air pressure onto standard. There we go. And if we go here, no, that's not going to show us. It's 2992 is standard, but I don't know what it is in. I don't know what it is here to put on the standby instruments. I can find out though. The plane might have a whinge at me, but I can find out. So if I go 2992, this is the standard air pressure, and that translates to 1013. That's the one. So we'll put this to 1013 as well. You see how it adjusts the altitude? There we go. All right.
Simple 1589, direct L-Day, departure 2475. 2475, direct L.
So we're just going to leave the autopilot to do its thing. It looks like we've still got some clouds to fly through. It's snowy down there. It's cold in this part of the USA. Grey Holland! Oh, hi. Yes, you should say hi if you've been here a while. What the hell? How you doing, matey? You alright? Look at these clouds. We're just so high up, eh? What are we at now? 20,000 feet. Oh, landing light. Hey? How can the landing lights be on? I turned them off. I did turn them off. I know I did. We won't need the logo light on. Not while we're up here. Can't advertise. I think I have another camera set up at the back.
70, United 1139.
Wish they filled this plane up. And it would be nice for the fly-by-wire A320 as well to have an interior. They haven't modeled that one in yet, but yeah, that'll come at some point. Nice to have it. We got the moon out.
6,000, United 1139.
I guess we are somewhere between the moon and New York City. But we're on the west coast. This time of night?
Gamjet 881.
Hey, departure Gamjet 881, Subaru 4.
Gamjet 881, your radar contact, ground left heading 270, kind of maintaining 5,000.
Can't believe we still got clouds here. But... So, arrival then, the METAR is... Oh dear. Is this visibility half a statute mile, or is it one? If it was 1 to 2 statute miles, it would be a dash, right? We have to. If this is true, we're going to have to auto land. HZ, I'm guessing, is haze or hazy. Scattered clouds, overcast. It's 1 degree, sinking to -3 in the evening. But if this is the visibility, half a statute mile, is that enough to do a manual landing? Scattered clouds at 700 feet. Sorry, 7,000, what am I talking about? Overcast at 12,000 feet. This is sea level something, right? Sea level pressure? I'm not sure. I can't remember. Every time I look it up, I end up forgetting. What is this? We've got no wind coming at a 0 angle. Oh, is this 2.5 square miles? Statute miles. Is this 2.5 statute miles? What am I reading wrong here?
Western 270.
I don't think this is going to tell me anything more. So I don't normally read the tabs. It's a different way of, it's just a different thing of reading rather than the METAR. But I'm more used to this one. Is that 2.5 statute miles visibility or a half? I should learn this stuff. Yeah, see? Gain damage? I'm a good cure for insomnia. Yeah, Fenix V2 should be out soon. 2.5. I think you might be right, actually. Oh, on my stream yesterday, which I think was Starfield, yeah, I mentioned that I had a date in my head of January 17th, because something was happening on that day and I couldn't remember what it was. Well, what I found, and it might have been this actually, is that the Starfield beta, with all those, there's a Starfield update coming out, fairly big one actually, with around 100 bug fixes in it. And I don't know if they're all bug fixes, but maybe tweaks, changes and bug fixes, who knows. But that was the idea that Bethesda had, was to release it on beta, which you can download on Steam by just switching to the beta branch, and then you could download that, and then in 2 weeks time we would have the update going live. Now, I don't want to go into the beta branch because I've done that before on stuff with Flight Sim and it's kind of messed things up, so I don't really want to do it. But it turns out, what I read today was that the beta release of this update was delayed, so it's going to be out later this week, which is weird because this is a Thursday. So maybe they're just having problems with the upload, so we're going to have to see when they do it. It might be tomorrow, it might be Saturday, I don't know. Wow, this looks cold where we are, guys. I picked a cold region, did I not? Really nice though, eh? Oh, it's snowy as freak. What's the... Just wondering what this camera was pointing at. It's on camera, and as you can see we're still going up. As my camera's tilted. Let's reset this. Oh, now it's reset the zoom. Horrible at 50. 75, 80 is kind of nice. We'll go 76. That's better. Alright, let's jump back inside. This is top of climb, so that's when we'll reach the 35,000 magic moment. This out to 80 nautical miles. We've used up quite a bit of fuel, because we started at 5660 on takeoff, but it's fine. We do use a lot of fuel on the climb. When we're cruising, it won't go down as fast. It does show the fuel flow here, by the way, how many kilos of fuel per hour we're going to use. Once we're using nearly 1,700 kilograms of fuel per hour, so 1.7 tons of fuel per hour, and we've got 3.9, so that would give us 2 hours of flying, but the flight isn't going to be that long, and that figure, when we get to cruise, I reckon should drop. By how much I don't know. It's dropping already. Let's take a look out of the...
30, just sending via the Silvo and Kilo. 1030, New Cruise, good morning, ILS4, right, Silver 3020.
guy on the other side.
3026, thank you, sir.
Do we have a right side window behind the wing view? Do.
35 now, you left 140.
He's got the
That's 140,
because he gets to see before anybody else when the wing falls off. And then he can report it to the pilot as we're spiraling down. Yes, you'll find that in most planes though. Unless you're referring, are you referring to the tail number? Because that should change. Gee, I know. Yeah, okay, I know what you mean now. CCAL code. Oh, okay. No, I was thinking of tail numbers because they can change sometimes. Obviously, same plane, same thing, but if you change liveries. Each livery has its own. But are you talking about the serial code? I don't know where it is. Is it like under here? Isn't there one where it has a... I don't want to press buttons on my keyboard that I don't know what they are. There we go. I can't remember where the serial number is actually. Is it this plane that has it under here, or is it the Boeing? It might be the Boeing that's got it under there. Oh, that's how you get rid of the tablet, is it? Airborne. Didn't it used to have a picture of the plane and the progress? Yeah, there we go. Well, this is the progress. So we're nearly halfway into the flight. 322 nautical miles. Is that for the full flight or remaining? It must be full flight, otherwise that would have dropped by now, I'm sure. Okay, so we're at cruise now, yeah? Yeah, there we go. We're just leveling off. Not sure what ATP means. So we've got to go past Wanta, Kota, and then we're starting to descend already. Okay, fuel flow is... Whoa! That's come down. 960 now. Okay, so let me just take a look here. That's the one I want. The cruise phase. This activate approach phase is what I'm after. Going to be doing that until I believe that you don't activate the approach phase. Quite different from this approach mode, very different. The approach phase is what happens, right? So you know that when you get to 10,000 feet the plane cannot be above 250 knots. It can't be going faster than that, right? So I think as we come down, is it limit it's called? Yeah, limit. So 250 at 10,000, that's the max globally. But at some point the plane will start to decelerate, and that's the decel point here. That's when it will start slowing itself down, ready for the landing. I think once we hit that decel point and the plane starts to go slower than 250, then we start hitting then we'll hit the activate the approach phase. And the approach mode, well, I activate that on around the final approach kind of area. I think probably around 3,000 feet up or something. But the runway is 2,000 and something already feet in the air, so I'll figure it out, I'm sure. Maybe I'll work it on miles, like when we're a certain amount of miles away from the airport. We'll activate the approach. Unless, Lenny, you know, after going to flaps 1. Oof, I did it before last time. Because flaps 1, yeah, that basically makes sense. I mean, 250 knots, once we get to 230, we can activate flaps 1 and then we can do it. Yeah, so it's around that time. And then at 10,000 feet, under 10,000 feet, I'm going to put the landing lights on. I'm going to put the auto brakes setting on, and I'm going to put you should really arm the ground spoilers, I think, at that phase, but I might need those I'll arm them, but I might need them for drag on the way down. You never know. We're just switching to the next waypoint, are we? I don't know what this is doing. Oh, we've lost the radio as well.
Center citation 847 Juliet Sierra, calling direct.
Let's take a look out.
Station 847 Juliet Sierra, center, state, altitude, climate maintain, flight level 230.
Empty of circles.
United 1916, contact approach 124.
So yeah, now we're running less than a ton of fuel per hour,
You think?
which at this rate gives us about 3.5 hours of fuel. We're not going to need that much. And on descent, the throttles will idle anyway, so
Descent via the Lucky 1 arrival. Descent via 12000.
even less.
San Diego altitude 29905.
Send me a lucky one.
8 miles. Yeah, 8 to 10 miles I think I've been doing it. And then at around 5 miles from the runway, it's landing gear down. And if we're landing at flaps 3, then I've been lately pressing the landing flaps 3 up here to press that and tell the plane, you know, this is the mode I want to do. If we're not landing on full flaps, we want landing flaps 3 mode, I'm going to just click that on. That's another new thing I learned. So if you learn with me, you'll make the same mistakes as I do, so don't worry. So now that we're here, we know I wanna bring this down to, let's have a look. So 4,100, and then we're coming onto the runway. So I'm gonna bring this down to 4. Now I much prefer the Boeing way of doing this. There you go. So that's going to sit at 4,000, and then we're going to pull the button out, go into manage mode, just as we reach top of descent. Because for some reason, this more intelligent plane can't seem to work out. You know, I can't pull it into manage now and say, don't do it, so, you know, so it stays here until it gets told to, until it reaches top of descent and gets told to come down. I don't know why this plane can't do that. But in the Boeing it does. I can set this 4,000 and it will just sit there. And the moment we hit top of descent, the plane will start descending on its own to this altitude, obeying all the constraints. But this plane doesn't. It'll sit at 35,000 until you click it back into manage mode. We've got 2 radios going here. I'm going to have to change frequencies. Jack Frost? Tune into, oops, let's tune into 132.6. Oh, we have, okay, I've got it already.
3796, kind of approach at 124.35.
Right, enter destination data. Okay, let's clear that message. And let's go into the perf. Next, and next. And the QNH for our destination is, let's do an update of this one. QNH is 3020 3020, and I believe the temperature was 2. I'm going to confirm it though. Oh, it's 1. Okay, and the wind is all the zeros. Okay.
Get at 1533, turn right 090.
Found that hard to believe, but I'll trust you on that one. And Barrow, I've forgotten already. Oh, 3036, wasn't it? It was 3036. I know it was. You know it was. Does we have any pin charts here? So, no, approach. It is 3036, there it is. So, 3030. And landing config. Happy with that. Is this landing config full then? We're going to choose landing, yeah, landing 3. And our approach speed is going to be 135. Flight level, that's correct. Slats, flaps. We're good. We're good. This our landing speed. Is that what that is? Landing, LS landing speed. This is our approach speed. Oh, I'm sure it'll all work out. And this is coming in on ILS Zulu 10 right. What could possibly go wrong? So we're just waiting to reach top of descent now, and then we'll pull the pin. Poof, and grenade. You might be right, Lenny. Yeah, just pulling it a little bit before, just to help with the descent path. I think that would be good. So I've got this. I'm using this screen so I can activate the approach phase on here rather than coming off the flight plan here. Not that it makes a difference, because as soon as you hit perf, it's there anyway. But it's just to give this screen something to do so it doesn't get bored. Yeah. I'm sure I'm going to forget to do something at some point. But
American 128 heavy climb and maintain flight level tree 90.
I don't know what the other message is, but let's see. It can't be another load sheet, surely.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 90. American 128 heavy. American 128 heavy traffic.
See, that's Microsoft Flight Sim's radio.
Flight level tree 50 Boeing. Report them inside.
Let's get this weather radio.
Kilo Lima Golf Delta automated weather observation 2100 Zulu. Wind tree 4 tree at 4. Visibility 3/4 mile. Sky condition.
This is the weather.
Scattered ceiling 4,800 feet overcast. Temperature 1 Celsius.
1 Celsius.
10 Celsius. Altimeter tree 024. Kilo Lima Golf Delta automated.
This is on a repeat. This thing, so we're not going to keep that on for too long.
Tree 4 tree at 4. Visibility 8. Sky condition 2,000 feet scattered ceiling 4,800 feet over.
I wonder why it says on my radios here. It says nearest facility Seattle.
10 Celsius.
19.6 nautical miles away.
Kilo Lima Golf Delta automated weather observation 2100 Zulu. Wind tree 4 tree at 4. Visibility 8. Sky condition.
We've got two. Do we have two radios going off at the same time?
Overcast. Temperature 1 Celsius.
Oh, are these two the same frequency? Can't be. Right, we've got Seattle approach, Seattle departures on the same frequency. This one. Bizarre. And it's snowy. Mind you, it is Boise that's... No, what am I thinking? It's always cold and snowy. Is it Boise? I know there's a place in the US beginning with B that that's known to be always snowy. I think it might be Boise, but I'm not sure. Oh, Heathrow. Busy airport. A good one to land at, I guess, would be Innsbruck, right? Flying into Innsbruck, which is the ICAO is LOWI, that one. Yeah, that's always a nice one. I don't think it's ILS either, it's just RNAV, I think. Look at the... I was going to say chemtrail, but it's not. You can actually see, from some angles anyway, you can see where it comes out that it's vortexing at the beginning. As it comes out the jet, it's kind of twisting. Can't really notice it there too well. Okay, so now we're about 5 miles. Well, it's now about 2.5 miles from top of descent. So we are now descending and keeping an eye on the old green dot. And we are going to be below the flight path at the beginning because we're descending early. But the plane should correct for that. Ooh, hello. And when we get under 18,000, we have to do the air pressure again. Be on the other side. There we go.
Okay, 3423, slow to 189, full up. Slow to 180.
Okay, let's tune into Salt Lake, which is 1.6 nautical miles. Not enough scanned the airports. You know, the last city update was all Scandinavia, wasn't it? Oh, well, it was part of it, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure the last... Was it a city update, or was it a... No, not... Yeah, cities update, I think. It was all that region anyway, Norway and I think Sweden as well, stuff like that. I think it was all those regions it did. We had more photogrammetry airports and whatnot. Get back here. Because now I have to concentrate. So we're perfectly on the flight path here. The yellow line represents the plane, and this is the ideal flight path. And as long as we're level or thereabouts, and if you want to know if we're not level, how far out we are, let me see if I can find it here. The deviation, is it in progress? Yeah, progress. So we're plus 4 feet, so that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. GPS accuracy has been reported as being high, 0.03 nautical miles of accuracy. That's pretty good. Yeah, so this is how much deviation we are from the flight path. 6 feet, that's nothing. Nothing at all. Absolutely cool. And 111.1 is indeed the ILS frequency. The course inbound is 102. And the slope, of course, 3-degree descent, which is perfect. So, course 102. And that should match up with here, final approach course, as you can see. Tells you here as well, next to the ILS frequency, but also here. Final approach course 102 degrees to get into the runway. So yeah, all good. Decision altitude is here too. And the airport elevation, 2,872 feet above sea level. All good fun. Glide slope 4,100. I've dialed it down to 4,000, so we should intercept it here at 6.3 nautical miles, and the plane should land not by itself, but it looks like it looks clearer here, doesn't it? Than Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
India 907, New York low, you should have maintained 5,000.
The plane is happy though. It's happy here, and we don't have any orange stars here, which is good. Orange stars just means that the knots or the altitude that it's guessing it's going to do, it's not going to make it. If it goes orange, it's just saying I can't make that, so we'd have to adjust it. But as long as they're all purple, you're happy. We're happy, yeah.
At 1855, New York below, contact island 4 right, north count 73025.
Would I keep the probe heat on the whole time, I wonder? I don't know. So this is the runway turn already.
Zone 71, maintain 1809 or greater, still doing your number 1.
So I think it varies per airline, I'm not sure, but some put the seatbelt sign on, obviously assuming there's no turbulence, they put the seatbelt sign on the moment we descend, and I think some will put it on after 10,000 feet, right? Yeah. Oh, Copenhagen, yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, that's a nice one. I've done flights from Copenhagen. I'm pretty sure I did Copenhagen to Gatwick once. It might have been Heathrow, but I know it may have been Gatwick. Oh, I have them on all the time. You don't need them for the climb, to be fair, but the plane's going to stick to them anyway. But yeah, on descent, and I'm always monitoring the bottom here in case it says more drag required. But it looks okay here. So if we go to the progress page, we're 25 feet above. Again, fine, absolutely fine, not a problem. You can see here we are actually above the green dot. But as long as it doesn't get, you know, too much, 30 feet I'm not going to worry about. And then one of these circles is going to have a D inside it. That's going to be the deceleration point. I'm trying to learn. I'm very much trying to learn. There's always stuff to learn with this, and it's weird because when I started being able to take off and land in the A320, it was with the fly-by-wire. And I was taking off and landing with regularity. And obviously the Fenix is the more advanced plane, you know, in the sim, period. But yeah, the descent's been my weak point, really. But once I master it, I will hopefully not forget it. Alright, so this information, we've already got it programmed in. The rest that I need is in my head. I even need it at all. So we've got arrival now. And this is something I guess you don't need to do. I don't know if the weather's bad, but this is dry. If it's wet, you would choose good. And anything else below here, I think, is if the tarmac on the runway's got it's in poor condition. I'm just going to choose good for this one because I'm not actually sure. Runway 10 right, I think it is, and it is definitely 10 right. We're going to apply the METAR. Oh, let's refresh it. Landing weight. Now there is a way to calculate this. And I've kind of forgotten what it is, and I've got other things to think about now. So landing weight, we have, you don't do it from the fuel flow. There's something in here somewhere there's a number you look at and you compare it with your gross weight and you take one off the other. I've forgotten what it was. So if we're using, I don't know. I'm just going to put it at 61. So landing weight, I don't know what it wants it in tons. Okay, let's go 61. It's probably not going to like me for that one. Low brakes, yep. Low or medium is acceptable. Anything else you can't use full. Reverses, manual landing, flaps, 3 config, auto throttle will be on. Yeah, it's not liking this though. It's not 6.16. Why hasn't it calculated? There we go. Alright, so we're fine. Next. I knew I'd missed something. Oh, is that right? See, I shouldn't have started messing with this because now my timing's out. That beep is because we have a discrepancy. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, we're a bit above now because I wasn't paying attention. See, that's what happens when you get distracted. And now this flight for me is null and void, and I'm going to have to do another one. I'm very picky with this. Okay, we're back on profile. Right, let's not get distracted anymore, shall we? Yes, the expected fuel weight. So it's on the flight plan, isn't it? This is the estimated fuel on board, 3. It's this, isn't it? It's this number, estimated fuel on board when we arrive at the airport. It's going to be 3 tons. So the discrepancy there is 160 kilos. So you take the 160 off this, and that gives you your off the gross weight, and that gives you your landing weight. I'm pretty sure that's it. And I believe also I do have a button that pulls the drag lever down, but I think it's only supposed to go halfway on the speed brakes and not pull it all the way down. So yeah, that's it. So it's the current fuel on board minus the estimated fuel on board on landing, which is going to be 3. The difference is 140 kilos. Take 140 kilos off here. That's 61060, right? And that's your landing weight, 61.6, which it actually put it in here. So we're fine.
3636 is 4 from routine for left heading 070.
So yeah, we're all good.
Clear at island 4 right.
Right, we're just dipping under 10,000 feet now. Well, we're going to be. We're on profile. We've probably got a slight deviation from what I can see here, but we're above a little. No, yeah, we're above a little bit, but it's fine. Oh God, look at this weather coming up. All right, so as we go under 10,000, then we're going to come here. We're going to put the landing lights on, runway light on, seat belts on. Now, I don't know what. I don't think you would put anti-ice on unless the plane says it's been detected, right? So now we need. We're at. Well, actually, we're under 250. So once we start decelerating here, then I think that's when I'm going to start putting the approach phase into action. Also now I'm going to put the landing system up so we can see what's going on here. Hey, Canadian pilot. I'm not very good though. I'm not a proper pilot or anything like that. I'm just... Sometimes, most of the time, I explain what I'm doing in case I'm doing it wrong, and then somebody can point it out. Actually, what you just said there, Rusty, is not right. You need to do it this way. And so it's kind of just to help that. I'm going to put the terrain on as well here. Yeah, so it's basically, I'm hoping that people point out my mistakes. That's the reason. So yeah, approach phase after the at the deceleration point, right? That's when I'm going to do it anyway, because the speed should start dropping now. So flaps 1, we can bring it out at 230 knots or below, and we are dropping down below 230 knots now, so we can now go flaps 1 and oops, where are you? Oh, approach phase has been activated. Okay, if we don't do it, the plane will do it, so it's done it. Alright, I'm going to tell the plane now that I want a flap 3 landing configuration. And that's it. Now we've got the localizer coming in here. So again, difference between localizer and glide slope. Localizer is basically lining you up with the runway in terms of left and right. It's putting you bang in the middle, and glide slope is up and down control. And localizer and glide slope together gives you everything you need. So, where are we now? Well, there's the runway 7, 8, 15. Okay, I think we can go flaps 2 now. Why does we only get 1 out here? Anyway.
2435 Delta 2685. Go on.
No, flaps 2. So distance from the runway is 11. Once we get to 5,
American 480 out of 7.7.
once we get to 5, I'm bringing out the undercarriage.
Yeah, American 480, we're out of 11,000 climbing via the
Yeah, I haven't had the bravery to use VATSIM yet. I don't really know too much how to do it, really.
Good day.
Okay, approach mode, I should have activated that a bit before. We've captured the localizer. We're just waiting for the glide slope now. Landing gear down. And flaps 3. Now we're in full flap 3 landing config, and we're good to go. Are we on profile? We are. Okay, so now we're going to take this and just arm it. Low auto brakes, and hope I've done everything right. The next thing I want is this GS to go from armed into green. Then I'm happy. But we need to descend a little bit more now. We need to get down to 4,000. Yeah, it needs to keep going. But everything here is good.
124.35. 24.35.
We're on profile. And again, if you want to go to progress, you can check your deviation. 6 feet. Perfect.
Left 773, contact
Good.
approach 124.35.
13435 left, 773.
So I'm hoping at around 4,100 feet we're going to pick up the glide slope and it locks on. And then after that, if we wanted to, we could perform an auto land. There's the runway. I may actually leave an auto land on, to be honest, if I can't see the PAPI lights. Please don't mess up. Keep going. Come on. Glide slope. Now what's happening? Tell me why.
34 kilo, center station.
Why doesn't it capture the glide slope?
34 kilo.
It's got it. Ah! Phew. It's got it. Okay.
2507 north end.
Enabling both autopilots then. So we've got a category 3 dual landing.
What about 6512? That was cold earlier. Is it hot again?
2510 and 2512 are both cold.
I don't fly with VATSIM Canadian. No, I don't. Yeah, approach has been done. It's done there. I admittedly was a little bit late with that. Now we do have PAPI lights, but the visibility is a little bit naff. I could bring it in myself. It wouldn't be a big issue really. I'm going to let it auto land though. But yeah, doing it myself from here, this is not a problem. The wind is like nothing. There isn't a wind, so it would be a straight disconnect of the autopilot and bring it in. In fact, let me do this.
400. 300.
Minimum.
200.
Remember what I said about that gap in the glass here? It's this one actually. This is where we're lining up.
100.
And I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the bloody display.
50.
Oops, that was way too much.
30.
Ah, that was my fault for looking at the window.
Retard. 10.
What an idiot. I'll take it though, it's fine. That was my own fault for describing the window slat things. Okay, full reversers down to 70 knots. Once you reach 70 knots, come off the reversers. And we just apply the brakes. Yeah, I got a little offline there because of describing how I was lining up the plane with that gap. What an idiot. Anyway, we're good. We can make this turn on. Oops, oops, not here. Supposed to take that yellow line there, sorry.
Boise ground, Delta 112 tree taxi to the gate.
Delta 112 tree taxi to gate Bravo 10 using taxiway Delta.
Okay, landing lights can come off.
Right, Delta.
But we need that one on. Flaps in. Yeah, I would have landed that absolutely fine, but I got to describe about that gap and how I was lining up. How I was lining up. See, this is a bigger gap. So you got small gap, big one, and I line this big one up with the lines, and I was trying to describe that. So when I'm bringing the plane in, I'm using this gap here to line with the center line of the runway to get my perfect in the middle landing. And ironically, while I was doing that, I didn't get a perfect in the middle landing because I was explaining how to do it. Fair enough. Everything worked though. We got the localizer great, we got the glide slope great. The only thing I would say is that my approach mode button that I applied was a little bit, I could have done that at maybe a mile or two earlier, but it still was fine, still worked enough. Because until you hit the approach mode, it doesn't pick up the, I don't think it does anyway, the localizer and glide slope up here doesn't pop up. But yeah, no, we're good. It's all good.
Make a right on Charlie 5.
As soon as I get this thing into the gates, I'll read your messages, guys.
And they'll probably flag you in. Alright, so we'll continue down out.
So let's tune into Boise approach here.
Contact McGuire approach 126.47 via force traffic 12 o'clock 5 miles opposite direction.
So yeah, that was good. It wasn't quite perfect, but for me personally, it was 95% there. Right, you see how I put the taxi line right in that gap? Let me stop the plane here. Okay, so it's more or less in there. So that should mean that the front wheel, see, it's pretty much on the line. It's a little bit to the right, but I guess this is as well. You've got to have it bang in the middle. And that's how I've been doing it. I figured that out myself. I don't know if these lines are there for that purpose. Probably not. But I just did that because I just thought it would be. And I'm assuming you all know what the three balls are for: the white, the red, and the white on the other side. It's to do with your seating position. You have to not be able to see what it has to be is if the red ball covers the white ball on the other side, then your seating position is correct. Basically, it's just a question of lining up your seating. If I move backwards on my seat or move to the side, I'll start seeing the white ball, and that's not ideal.
That's 120.
So again, just lining up that yellow line. I might want to come outside here to get this. Normally there's a line here for Boeings and one for Airbuses. Wait, I haven't stopped yet. Okay, now what I should have done while taxiing was turned on the APU. And I didn't, so now I have to wait until I disconnect my engines. Oops, wrong way. Come on. It's funny how the switch moves even when it's got like the no entry sign on it. Okay, so let's get the parking brakes on. Throttle is at idle. We don't need the terrain anymore. We'll do the full disembarking. I wish we had more airports that have got the clear jetways, you know, instead of these metal ones. So we're just waiting here now for APU available. You see here it says GPWS flap 3. That's because we enabled the flap 3 landing mode here. Turn that off now. So that's what I've been learning about the descent in my time, just those things. I had this last time, you know, flight control, left side stick fault, calibrate null zones. I may have to recalibrate them, but this did pop up before, and I don't know why. I'm not sure. APU is available. Okay, cool. Engines off. And seatbelt signs off. And we can deboard. Calibrate the null zones. Okay. Can I do that from the EFB on this? I'm going to have a look and see if we can do it.
Boarding requested.
Yeah, let's go Delta. Handling by Delta Airlines. I mean, we are Delta, so... So, taxi lights are off, runway lights are off. Beacon light can go off now because engines are off. And that's it. So bags being unloaded, people being unloaded, and pilots and crew being unloaded. You need to go higher than that for the back door, matey. There you go. And it's by Delta. Yes. Welcome to Boise, Idaho, guys. In the snowy winter. Ah, nice flight. Hey Roger, how are you doing, buddy? All good, I hope. Oh, that landing though. It was a bit off though. I mean, I got it in, but There was no excuse for not bringing in a perfect landing because there was no wind, there was no gusting, nothing. It was perfect. And then, stupid little me, I start explaining stuff. Oh yeah, if you don't forget, guys, if you line it up in between there, and then of course while I'm doing that, I'm holding the joystick and I'm veering the plane off course like an idiot. Anyway, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go here. And actually, no, we need to be here. We need to be here. And we need to go to ground services. Oh, GPU's been put on already. Okay, I didn't realize it did it automatically. We have our own pushback in case GSX doesn't want to do its thing. Right, so we're going to switch over to ground power and switch off the APU and the window heat. And we don't need the navigation computers anymore, or the GPS. That can go off. The exit signs, we're going to leave those lit up. No smoking. I'll turn those signs off. Trust nobody's going to smoke while they're leaving my aircraft. And let's turn the radio off.
Good afternoon. You said I maintain 5.
I don't know if anyone gets out the back. If there's a bus coming for them, they will. They'll come out the back and get in the bus. Yeah, this is what I need, guys. The Southwest liveries for this plane. I don't have a single one. Now, if we were to go into drone mode, I don't know why it tilts like this. Let's do a reset. So because of GSX, if we go into drone mode and just get ourselves into the jetway here. Hello, thanks for flying with Delta Airlines. You can put a co-pilot in the plane, by the way. There is a mod to do that, or a hack to do it. The problem is that every time you get a plane update, you've got to keep redoing it again. Are people still getting off? Because I don't see anybody. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, they haven't really modeled, they just put... okay, there we go. Don't forget your bag, sir. Oh, okay. Well, I do have it on the Boeings. Maybe that's... I don't know, maybe there isn't any Southwest, I don't know. It wouldn't matter to me, to be fair, though. I mean, if they didn't do Southwest on A320s, I could still run it. It's just... yeah. But you might be right, so... but it wouldn't put me off. Yeah, no, it was a good flight. It was a good flight, and... as long as I'm not making mistakes when I'm explaining what I'm doing, then... it's okay, right? People can kind of learn from it and stuff. I'm just trying to pass on what I think I know, and if I'm wrong or make a mistake, then I'm hoping someone can point out and say, actually, if you do it this way, it's better, and blah, 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 and blah, blah. Because that way I learn, you see, and the more I learn, the more I can pass on. So that's how I see it, anyway. You guys done with the baggage? Nope. So this... oh wow, it does all that on its own. Oh, that's cool. These are all the people's suitcases. Now we can have the people coming, you know, to do the water for the toilets and stuff. Yeah, we can do that. Catering, we can bring new food on board for the next flight. Or, if I was so inclined, I could do a new flight plan back to Seattle and do a return flight. I've never done one before, where we've flown A to B and then back from B to A. I've never done that. Has to be done. Yay, all the bags are going, and then these will go, and that's it. See you, dude. Oh, don't crash, don't crash. Well done. And also GSX now has got this new mode where if you're if you're in an airport, right, and let's say you've got a building that's in a corner. I don't know if there's one here. I don't think so. But if you're in a tight corner and the pushback will maybe bring the plane out 90 degrees and that's not enough, you need to be turned around more. GSX has a thing where you can actually live edit the pushback waypoints, so you can actually tell the pushback cart exactly where that plane needs to end up and then draw the curve out to push the plane, and it'll just do it, and it'll push the plane back perfectly to get you in line to get out. There are some airports that have got really tight parking places for you to come out of, and sometimes the pushback isn't quite, it's not doing it correctly. So there's an editor in GSX now where you can literally just program it to do it smoothly and nicely, and it's really cool. Don't ask me how to use it because I don't know. Right, so this flight control left side stick fault. Left side stick. I mean, calibrating the null zones. What's that all about? Can that be done in here? I actually don't know. Controls. Yeah, calibration though. Never seen it here. Use airline settings. Wow, so it'll actually use the settings based on Delta. That's cool. My battery's charged up. Oh. Not that. Calibrate using the MCDU. How? Oh, the navigation's gone off. So, don't you do it from here? Oh. Okay, so if I push this up to climb, so that's I don't know what to do here. Set thrust levers to max reverse. Oh, well, hold on, I have to press a button for that. Well, that's max reverse. Set thrust levers to max reverse. Idle reverse. That one? I don't know. But I'm going to make it worse now. See, I press a button on my throttle, pull it back. Set thrust levers to idle. Set thrust levers to climb. Set it to flex. And toga. I have no idea whether that's correct. So if I go to climb now, whoops. Does it actually state? If I go to climb, it doesn't pick it up and say climb, does it? And then we've got the flex. Oh, there, flex, MCT detent. It's not showing anything on yeah, max reverse for me is basically holding down a button on the throttle and then pushing the throttle all the way to maximum power. You see, it says climb there. Well, I suppose. Yeah, it's basically, it's clicking, but then I have to push a little way more forward there. And I'd rather it be there. So I think I'd rather calibrate that again because I'm not happy with that. That's full reverse then, right? But why is it there? That's max reverse and I don't have the button pressed. Why is it going into full reverse? That's idle. But I have to pull it back even more to get to 0%. So that's full. Why is that going into reverse? Is this because we've got the engines off or something? Would you calibrate this with the engines on? Because shouldn't the throttle lever be sat there? It's really weird. Let's try again. Using default throttle profile. Right, let me put it into climb. Come on, click. Right, it says climb. That's cool. Next click is flex. Flex, perfect. Toga, perfect. And idle. No, that's fine. I'm good with that. The default one is working perfectly for me. Now it mentioned something about the nulls and it's given 2%. Is that maybe something I should change? And do I change it to a lower number or a higher one? I'm just leaving it at default because that seems to work. Oh, engine doesn't have to be on. Yeah, the default ones work perfectly though. The moment we get to the climb and it clicks, it's registering as climb here, which it wasn't doing before. So I'm kind of happy with that, to be honest. We've still got passengers leaving, haven't we? I knew it was raining here. Yeah, so it's been... I don't recall a flight that I've done where it's rained on the takeoff airport. Yeah. And then been raining at the destination airport as well. Oh. You've got yours at 3%. So what's this doing? Is this just allowing for a 3% margin? Like if it says when you're taking off, you know, and you're in the climb phase, and then it says to throttle back to the climb detent, is this just meaning that you can be 2% either side of this for it to engage? Is that what that is? So it's allowing a 2% margin to acknowledge that you're in that particular detent. Because I'm guessing that's the only thing it can be, really. Isn't it? There's probably other things it could be, but... Right, all the baggage is done. Those guys are still getting soaked there. It was cool, because we did the whole thing. We got the plane de-iced before we left and everything, and... It's great. There's no planes taking off here or landing at the moment, though. I don't know whether we're grounded or what. So if I'd used ATC, they might not have let me land here, and I might have had to go to an alternate airport. And wouldn't it be then the case to do it right, that I suppose you could do it on the fly if you're a pilot, but wouldn't you then, let's say I go from airport A to airport B, and airport C is the alternate I have to fly to in case we can't land here, okay? So the flight plan goes from A to B. So then, would I then have a secondary flight plan where it goes from B to C? So I'm already at Boise, but if I couldn't make Boise, I would have a secondary flight plan to go to the alternate airport? Or does it have something in the primary flight plan where I can just direct it? I don't think it does it? I've never actually done a flight where I've deliberately or had to go to the alternate airport, but that's another thing to try out. Have a secondary plan in for alternate. Hey Andy! Oh, dead zone. Ah, that's what it means. Null zone, dead zone. Gotcha. Alright, well I'm happy with that, actually. So I'm sure the position is invalid because the GPS is turned off. So that was cool. I mean, apart from me not landing on the center line, the rest of the flight went perfectly. We picked up localizer, glide slope, everything, did the approach phase, and instead of what I normally do, which is just full flaps landing, I'm doing these flap free landings, which is sufficient enough. And this is the GPWS, which is what you saw in the display down here. So do you do it that way as well, Lenny? Or do you do a flaps 3 landing with that button? We have a company message to pick up as well. That's probably saying, "Hi, welcome to Boise, Idaho. I hope you enjoy your stay. Please enjoy our lovely weather." Oh, arrival message, it is. Oh, okay. Is this the time we got here? No. Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah, this is the time we got here, but it's Zulu, which is UTC time. Yeah, that's the time we arrived. 22:28 Zulu, which is my time, UK time, which should be here. TC 22:48. So we got here 10 minutes ago. Seems like longer. Come on, passengers, get off my plane. Let's take the floodlight down a little bit. Yeah, I'm happy with that flight. It's the first flight I've been happy with for a while. I don't have that particular issue on the Boeing because, I don't know, I just don't. And for me, I think the Airbus is generally an easier plane to fly than the Boeing. It's less hands-on and more automated. As I've said, it's like a computer with wings, this thing, where the Boeing is a little bit more hands-on in terms of stuff you need to configure, like the cabin pressures and stuff. But I like the Boeing. So if you're not flying ALS or, I don't know, if you're flying this way, you've got nav mode. You can even fly VOR if things are getting bad. You've got VOR, and where is it now? Is it these still? Yeah, you got frequencies here, VOR here, nav. These are all standby systems, which are needed. And what's this one? Not tried that one. Does this do beacons? I know it's got VOR there, but you know, okay, yeah, VOR, the old way of flying. That's how it used to be done until they brought in RNAV and ILS and stuff like that. Turned the flight directors off, but just messing with the plane. I should have left it on auto land. And it would have landed fine. It would have been cool. So this is my rule of thumb. If I'm going to talk during the landing, I'm going to do it auto, providing it allows for it at the airport. Some airports don't allow it, right? Oops. I'll leave that. Does that do anything up on the display here? No. I thought this was the... is this the tiller or something that they have for steering the plane via the tiller? Is that what this is? I don't think it's usable. I don't think it works. But yeah, this is like using the tiller instead of the normal method. Nearest airport to my PL? PLman? What's that, Andy? Yeah, I mean, it's good to learn. I'm still learning this aircraft after, you know, flying it a good few times now. And it's good. It's a lot more satisfying to learn this aircraft. I'm okay with the fly-by-wire one. I like the announcements that it has as well. But, you know, the announcements like does all the flight plan, not flight plan, the flight briefing. Exits are marked, but it does all of that stuff. And it does all the captain, this is your captain speaking, da, 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 da. But it's more satisfying to be good in this plane, because this is as study level as it gets. But it's going to get even more so when Block 2 comes out for this, or version 2 if you want to call it that, but they're referring to it as Block 2. When the Block 2 version of this plane comes out, it's going to be even more close to the real thing. So whatever's not here that's not in the real thing, which I don't know, is going to be on. Like, take an example. Oh, the tiller does work? Oh, cool. Take an example. Tiny details, I know. Probably insignificant details, yes, probably. But nevertheless, the details are here. If we look up here, you have the APU and the engine fire test, right? In the real plane, when you press the test button, there is a short delay before the alarm kicks off. Now, in the fly-by-wire, the alarm will kick off the moment you press the button, immediately. But in the real plane, there is a delay. So what do you think happens in the Fenix one? Pressing it in 3, 2, 1, now. Did it press? No. 3, 2, 1, go. See? There's a delay. And in the fly-by-wire, it's instantaneous. See? The light comes on, and then we're still waiting for the sound. Watch. That light, now sound.
Do you want to deboard crew?
So all those things, those little tiny details, you know, are there. How does, if the pilots get out, who's closing the doors? And do we shut the plane down? Does the door, if I turn off the external power and the batteries, does the door still close? Does it have to be done manual? I don't know. So the bus is coming for the pilots and the crew now. But yeah, just so little tiny details like that have been done exactly right in the Fenix, because it's as close as you're going to get. Oh, that plane's just popped back again. It's boarding now, is it? Must be boarding. So there'll be a special bus coming for the pilots. Not
Pilots to boarding starting.
unless they're getting off this way. Don't they normally have their own bus? And sometimes I can't remember whether the cabin crew and the pilots go on the same bus, but it looks like they're using the jetway. Okay. Yeah. So it's definitely the best plane in the sim in terms of study levelness. I mean, there's other planes which are study level as well. You know, even looking at something like that Vulcan bomber, you know, I would class that Vulcan as study level. It's right there. But in terms of the airliners, you know, and I'm not dissing on the PMDG Boeings or the fly-by-wire at all, not at all. I mean, the Boeing planes are study level as well. The fly-by-wire, it's not quite there. It's not on the level of the Phoenix one, but it's good enough. It's good enough easily. And fly-by-wire is free. It's free of charge, so you can't complain at that. Everything I've done today on this plane, apart from the tablet, which is different, but everything I've done today on this plane, I could do exactly the same in the fly-by-wire. It would. I'm pretty sure it'd be the same. Sometimes there's messages that appear on here at the beginning, you know, before we turn the plane on, systems that weren't working. Which is normal messages because the plane isn't powered, and I don't think they appear on the fly-by-wire. But in terms of functionality and setting altitudes and you know, the plane doing all of its stuff, it's exactly the same pretty much. It's a damn good plane, and I've used fly-by-wire, you know, and just because I've got the Phoenix installed, I'm not uninstalling the fly-by-wire. Occasionally I do fly that one. I love it. And for people who are going to make that plane continue to improve it and update it, which we get updates very frequently, and they give it out for free all the time, I'm not going to uninstall it because those guys deserve all the credit. But in terms of ultimate study levelness, the Phoenix is sitting on the top rung of the ladder, I believe. I think it's the most study level aircraft in any sim anywhere, I believe, right? Yeah, it is, Lenny. The fly-by-wire is great. You'll notice slight differences here, like in the colors and maybe the definition of these switches, you know, the little bevels on the side here, and how everything is just done so nicely here. But then this is a payware product, and you know, maybe they had more access to the real planes, and I don't know. But no way am I going to ever diss the fly-by-wire A320. It's an amazing plane, and how they've upped the level of that plane from the default one that came in the sim, because that's what it was. And there's a few modeling differences as well. So for example, the plane model here looks more realistic to the actual real plane compared to the fly-by-wire one, but that's just because I don't think fly-by-wire have changed the model, have they? Well, maybe they did. I think the nose was a bit wrong, and they may have adjusted that. I'm not sure. But it's free. It's the best close to study level aircraft you'll get for free in the sim, isn't it? Really, it is amazing that it's free. But you could class the Boeings as study level. Yeah, you could use that if you were a trainee pilot. You could use the PMDG Boeings to train in. Sure. Of course you could. Why not? Yeah, but for absolute, this thing. And to think that they're going to improve it again with Block 2, I don't know what the hell they're going to add to it. I have no idea. Oh, I can tell you some of the things they're going to add. I think I remember they're going to do... Is it this plane? Oh, I hope I don't get it wrong here. They might be doing tire deformation, right? So, for example, don't quote me on this, guys. I might be right, but I could also equally be wrong. But down here, I think what they're going to be doing is they're going to be working. I think we're going to have a bit more of a detailed undercarriage as well. But here, the tires apparently will deform like they are now a little bit. They'll deform based on the weight that's in the plane. So the more fuel, the more passengers, the more tire deformation. And is it the new A310, is it Inibuilds A310 that has it where it's got tire wear and you have to change the tires if they wear out, you know, like in a car. Your tire treads are going to wear down and you have to change tires every now and again. And I think they've got that in the Inibuilds A310 where it has that. That's a plane I'll have to grab hold of, guys. The Inibuilds A310. I don't think it's in the marketplace here, but that would be a good one to have. I've got the 300, but the 310 is meant to be like freaking good. Freaking good. Like in terms of its study levelness as well. It's an older plane. You won't find too many panels like this. It's like for the engines, it's old dials. But I kind of like some of the older stuff as well. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that Inibuilds A310. I've heard only good things about it, and it's meant to be really, really good. But IAE engines as well. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I can't wait to see. It's not too long off, is it? The Block 2 Phoenix. It's coming soon. Let's shut this thing down now. We can. We'll take the batteries off. I've been having a issue with this as well. I'm sure it's real. But when I start this plane cold and dark, in the Phoenix, in the fly-by-wire, the batteries are showing off and off, where these don't. But I think they are off. See, look, I'm clicking them, and I think clicking one battery on is allowing the second one to say off. It's providing power. That's off. But as soon as I cut this one, then this one hasn't got the power to show the off anymore. You see what I mean? But how is this still lit up? I think that's just for sim purposes. And even the voltages, how are they still lit up? There must be some, maybe there's a backup battery, like on a motherboard. I don't know. I don't know how planes work, guys. I just fly them. The stock A310 is good and it's free. And it was also built by Inibuilds. Yes. Yes, I have actually looked at that one. I can't remember if I actually flew it on the stream. Let me have a look a second. Give me a second. I just want to have a look at something in my, what's it called? Message on the simulator is running. Continue anyway. Yeah, in my add-on manager here that I've got. Oh, I couldn't be without my add-on manager, guys. I would be so lost without it. I use the MSFS add-on linker program. Oh, it's a godsend, honestly. Using short links so you can enable and disable mods at any other time. And I've been having a problem starting up Microsoft Flight Sim as well lately. It keeps crashing. And I believe it's because of a livery. And I did remove a 747. I think it was the salty one. And I had liveries on there, and I thought it was crashing because of that. So I removed all the salty liveries as well. But I just launched it today, and it crashed. And then, yeah, that was that. I disabled all the liveries that I have on every plane except for the Phoenix, and it loaded up. So which is the new one by Inibuilds then? Is it the 300 or the 310? Which is the payware one? Or is it another 310? The one that Inibuilds just brought out, that's the really super study level. Yeah, one of them is for sure. But which is the oh, the 300, that's the payware one. Gotcha. Okay. Right, bear with me a sec, guys. I don't think I'm allowed to use this program. Oh, I can't make any alterations with Microsoft MSFS. It's not Microsoft. It's MSFS add-on linker. I'm not allowed, or I shouldn't, disable or enable things while the sim is running. That would not be good. That's lovely, isn't it? I wonder where that is. I'd like to do another flight into Innsbruck, actually. So I just need to quickly quit, because I'm going to install liveries pertaining to this plane. Come on. Out you go. There you go. Right, so the free one is the A310. No, it's not the 330. No, it's not 330. I think it's the 300. So let's have a look. MSFS liveries, and it's the A310-300. I've got 25 liveries on those, so let's enable those, and that way I'll, if it doesn't crash on going in, I'll know that it's that one. Right, so I've got 25 liveries because I want to go through them and see. But I'm pretty sure I've flown that plane. Let me just launch Microsoft Flight Sim again. Pretty sure I've flown that plane. But yeah, so the one I'm after then is what? The A300. Is it? Does it have an R in it? Is it? Oh, let me have a look. Okay, hang on. Inibuilds A300. Yes, Inibuilds A300 600R. And the price? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, right. No. It's expensive, dudes. Jesus. I know it's good. I know it's super study level. I know, but to be fair though, the price isn't that far short of the PMDGs. I mean, it's 70 quid, man. It's 69.99. That's on the high side. I don't know what the difference is between the 300 and the 310 is. Let's have a look. Oh, let me show you guys. Let me show it to you. Where's OBS? So this one, people have been raving about it, saying it's really, really good. And I'm pretty sure I did a flight with the A310. Whether I can remember how to fly it or not, that's another thing. £35. Well, look, this is the one, right? Inibuilds. Although, what's this F one? Is this? Am I getting this wrong? Because that's 70. Is there for X-plane? It's the wrong one. Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeek. So what are we looking at then? Aircraft. MSFS. Here we go. Oh, geez. Can you imagine? Imagine if I'd had the money to buy it. I would have gone in and bought it, and then it was for the wrong sim. What an idiot I would have looked. Okay, hold on. I might need to enable some scripts here. That would be just typical me, and they'll probably say, oh, you can't get a refund because you've already bought it. All right, here we go. Ah, there it is. You're right, $34.99. Okay. Welcome to the Inibuilds. Success of the aircraft in XP. In X-plane. Oh, right, so they're bringing this... Oh, right, so it's double the price in the X-plane then? Wow. Okay. Authentic systems. So here we go. Detailed with custom FMS, SIDS and stars, secondary flight plan, custom VNAV and LNAV, altitude and speed constraints and holes. I don't think the cockpit looks too different from the free A310. I don't think it looks too different. Realistic RNAV and auto land capability modeled. Yeah, look at these. Look at the detail here, man. Hold on. How do I get to the next one? See, have you noticed how each blade of the fan is numbered? I guess that helps the engineers. Wow. Holy crap, it's big. Oh, wait a minute, though. How many seats across on either side is the Airbus? This is wide, right? This is a big... That's a big plane. Yeah, look, see, it's all dials. It's all dials for each engine, which is really cool. It's from that one all the way down to here, and then these two are something different. It's got the standard Airbus buttons here. Man. It's a lot more... And it has a yoke as opposed to a joystick. It's a lot more analog, isn't it? So it'll be kind of a hands-on approach thing again, like the Boeing, I guess. In terms of the actual model, it looks amazing. Yeah, the details, even the bump mapping they've got on here is amazing. Filth coming down here. But look, you've got a little bump map. Is this imperfections in the paint or something? Don't know. Okay. I'll stick this on my to get list. I'll grab it at some point, but then it's like it's another plane to learn as well. Yeah, look at that. Look at the details in that. Oops. The cables as well, just running around. I guess the hydraulic lines or the brake lines. Man. Electronic flight bag, ground handling set, freight stairs, chocks, ground power unit, preset cargo loads with visual... Oh yeah, I've seen that, where you've got actual visual cargo, right? What's these? Oh no, it's got the emergency things. Oh, like if you were to do set up an engine failure where the engine's on fire or something and you land and you bring those out. That's cool. Wait a minute, what's this? This in the sim? Is this in the sim where the mechanic is actually inspecting the back of the plane? That's the APU he's looking at, isn't it? Oh, Jesus Christ, look at that. It's amazing the details people are going into nowadays. Yeah, look, there's a cargo version as well, so you must get both versions. Oh, wow. Oh, geez, come on. Come on, man. That's not fair. They're not Formula One cars, I don't think. Are they? They're Indy, maybe? Oh, they could be. They could be a version of Formula One. They're not on. They're not modern Formula One cars. I can tell you that by the cover. But yeah, I could be transporting for Ferrari or Mercedes or something. Their cars. Wow, it's really nice, isn't it? Okay. Flight Simulator 135. Okay, let's have a look at the free one then. Because I don't think it's too far different, but obviously, like in terms of its looks, the cockpit, obviously the payware one is next level. Let's go to Australia or New Zealand or something. Let's go down here. Hamilton. Don't know how big this airport is. Let's see what the runway length is on this. Okay. So let's change from Airbus, and we want Inibuild. Oops, no. A300. No. A310. There it is. And I did have 20. Oh, I've gone back to the thing. This one. Now liveries. So these are the ones I got for it. I guess we'll need some kind of Qantas. There we go. And we'll depart from actually here. Do we have any? I'm guessing mediums as well. Gate 7. Go from there. Check it out. Yeah, honestly, the details on that one. When you say you can take it to maintenance, is that like, oops, we crashed the desktop. Have I got a problem with that? Okay, I'm going to disable the liveries then. I don't know what's going on with the liveries. It's crashing my sim. Let's have a look. The only liveries I've got enabled are the ones for the A310 and the Fenix. Let's disable all the liveries. I don't know what's going on. So I wonder, do you have to be at a certain airport for the maintenance, or can you do it anywhere and just, is it an option that would you select off the tablet or something? Yeah, 35 quid's not bad for close to study level, not at all. Because the most I've ever paid, I think, is the Boeings. I bought all of those, and the 600 was the 737-600 was the cheapest and the smallest, and then the 700 and the 800 were the same price, I believe. And then I can't remember what the 900 price was, whether it was more or not. I can't remember at all. But these study level planes, like these Fenix ones, I can't remember how much is the Fenix one anyway. But it's the Fenix A320 is worth. If you want study level, then the Fenix is worth its price. Let's have a look what it is. Fenix. Yeah, Fenix is $49.99, and I think it's worth all of that. Because you're getting a proper plane. You can fly it to an airport and put it in a maintenance hangar. But is that any airport, or does it have to be like a specific one that has that? That's really cool, though. If it's any airport, I mean, that's handy. This is the PC-12, right? This one on the right-hand side here. This one. I don't have a mouse pointer, do I? The orange and white plane, number 3, bush trips. That one. I think that's a Pilatus PC-12. Not mistaken. This is a nice plane. It's a turboprop. It's a nice plane to fly, really smooth. And I think there's a couple of payware ones. Microsoft brought out a free one, I think, and I've got that one. I've got one of them anyway. Yeah, really nice plane. I like flying it. Oh, come on. Once you see this building here, once the progress bar gets beyond this tower bit in the middle of the building, then I know it's going to load. Because it gets stuck right in the middle and then it crashes. Yeah, study level's the way to go. I like those because they're the ones I want to master. I want to learn how to fly it properly. There's other planes you just want to get in and just turn the key, fire it up, and go. And play around and land. Like there's ones, my small, out of the small planes, another one of my favorite is the PA-28, isn't it? Turbo Arrow, the Arrow 3 and the Arrow 4. I love those. I don't know if they're study level, but they're certainly, definitely enough. They've got enough systems. Everything works on them. There's no in-op switches on them, and they're great fun. Because study level isn't just about having, you know, every system in the plane working correctly and every electronic system, whatever. It's not always just about that. It's about how the plane handles, how it flies. Does it handle correctly? Does it take off like a real plane? Does it land like a real plane? You know, can it maneuver in the sky like a real plane? It's all that physics as well. It's not just about the looks. What have we got here? I've not seen a kangaroo in a game yet. And a blue whale. Okay, so let's go. Gate 12. Now where? There. Right. See, the plane isn't even here. So it's the 310. That one. No liveries now because I took them out. These are all the standard ones. Okay. If it crashes again, then I've got an issue with this plane. And then I don't know what I'm going to do. Please don't. Oh dear, now what? If this is a plane that comes with the sim, is it the plane that's causing the problem? Oh. What the freaking hell is going on? Bear with me, guys. We're going to uninstall it and put it back in. Oh, forget it, Lenny. Forget it. Hey, Mark, how you doing? Late and lame. Hey, how you doing, man? Yeah, once you fly the fly-by-wire plane, I couldn't go back to the... In fact, I don't think I've ever been back to the stock A320 since I flew the fly-by-wire. I'd never went back to the stock one ever. But when I've flown the Fenix, which, you know, I have gone back to the fly-by-wire quite a while. It doesn't need updating. No, the ATR does, but this plane doesn't. So what I'm going to try and do is uninstall it and then put it back in again. Because obviously there's a conflict here, and I'm wondering. I don't know. Sometimes it's like it's been crashing here. The progress bar across the bottom gets to this middle bit and then it just crashes to desktop. But now, to get a crash after you've selected a plane, Yeah, that's a whole different thing. But yeah, no, going back to the stock plane, the problem is in the stock aircraft, switches that I want to press and touch, and it says inoperative. You know, it's just got inop everywhere, inop. I go, no, I want to press this, and it's inoperative because it, you know, they just don't model it up to that standard, and so you just have to do without it. And in the fly-by-wire, you don't. I don't think there are any in-op switches in the fly-by-wire, and obviously there are none in the Fenix at all. And the same with the Boeings as well. It's just like everything, every switch, every circuit breaker or fuse or whatever you want to call it, they're all, actually, are they all modeled? I know there's one plane we have where not every circuit breaker will pop. You can do some of them, but not all. I'm not sure which one it is though. And also when they released the Vulcan bomber, I was really surprised at the level they did that to. You know, I mean the Tomcat, the F-14 Tomcat, is modeled pretty well. I don't know how steady level it is, but it's pretty complex. The new F-14 Tomcat, but the startup procedure on that plane is the easiest of every plane I have, including the little Cessnas. Starting up the F-14 is just a piece of cake, and I didn't know how to do it, but once I found out, it's just like you press 2 or 3 buttons and the whole thing is on. And but the Vulcan bomber is, there's a bit of a lengthy startup procedure, and it's proper full steady level as well. I think I was surprised the level of detail on that Vulcan. Really, yeah, they did an amazing job with it, and it sounds incredible. They actually modeled it off the real plane as well, which, kudos to them, man. Like, who do you even approach to go and say, hi, have you got a Vulcan bomber we can listen to? How do you even go do that? Right, so let's go to options. No, profile. And see, this is the exact amount of hours I have in the sim flying, I think. Steam will tell me I've got like 2,000 hours or something. So, there's one update available, which is the ATR. Nothing to do with this one. So, let's get rid of that one. And of the installed ones, we want .300. No, we don't. We want this one, don't we? 310. Now, why have I got 2 here? What's this? Are you supposed to have both? This is 1112, this 117, so this one is more up to date. Right, so if we click here, and here, delete. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Why is there 2? Oh, the Vulcan is study level, yeah. They did an amazing job with it. I was shocked. I knew it was being built. I knew they were doing it and making it. But I didn't think they were going to that level. And it's super impressive. Especially with the history that plane has. It's brilliant. And I remember when I got MSFS, I wanted Concorde, the Spitfire, and the Vulcan. And now they're all in the game. And the only one that lets the side down really is the Concorde. It flies, and you've got to do all the fuel flow and the hydraulic stuff, but it's not really study level, and I don't know, but it's good enough. You know, it's plenty of fun and stuff. Okay, now do you need both? I think what we do is we go to come out here, go to Marketplace. Oh, the Vulcan's on Marketplace. There it is. It's awesome. Oh, Just Flight. Yeah, that's right. I bought it. I didn't buy it off here. I bought it on the website because I know that if you buy it here and it has weapons, they won't allow it in Flight Sim. But if you buy it on Just Flight's website, then you can have it. You can have the weapons. So I bought it off the website. Right. So if we go to A3, I'm getting mixed up now. 10. Oh, these are liveries. Aircraft. A310. Why are we still getting liveries? Dude, can you tell I don't know my way around here? See all categories. No. Oh, there's the price of the 900. Yeah, see, the 7 and 8 were the same price. The 6 was half the price. So if you wanted to get into Boeing's, I'd probably buy that one first. I don't know. Creators. And we're looking for Inibuilds, right? Yeah, I don't think they put it down as Inibuilds though. How do I find this? This is only to search the full catalogue. So it's A3110. Is there anything else to it? Dash. Okay, let's just go through these. There's only 28. We'll know which one it is by the price. Oh no, it's free, isn't it? Let's try the bottom then. There it is. Right, so it's this one. So I'm just going to click here. Ah, look, this is the enhanced, and then some dependencies are missing or out of date. So we do need both. Okay, go to Content Manager then. We do need both. So not installed. Okay. Why have we got 7 updates? So we need both of these. So we need that one first, because the enhanced depends on this one. So let's install that one. God, Jesus, God. Yeah, the Dreamliner. Like the planes I'd like in now is, yeah, Dreamliner would be a good one, a proper one. Or the A380. And what else? What plane would I like to see now? I did have one in mind, but I've forgotten what it was. we've got the Spitfire. There's a more than one Spitfire you can get as well. I just bought the first one that came out, and it was really good. Now then, what plane am I after now? Because there's freeware versions of like the Airbus A330 as well. It'd be really nice to have a proper study level 747. Come on, we've got to have that. 747. I know there's different variations of them, or freeware, but somebody needs to do a full study level one. Seriously. And so that'd be nice. But I don't know what's a classic, like Spitfires, you know, the legendary planes like that. They brought the Vulcan out. Oh, I remember what it was. Right. So the plane that I was after was the SR-71 Blackbird. Yep, that thing. That thing that flies on the edge of space and leaks fuel all the time. And I've heard, you can Google this, guys, but I've heard mention of an AR-72 either being built or talked about or whatever the hell. And the front of it looks like the AR-71, but a lot more modern. Okay, Rog, enjoy Din Dins. Mods need updating, not a bad thing, usually means better. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, is there an SR-72? Hold on, guys. I won't be long. Right, hold on. Let's take a look. I'm going to do a search for SR-72. I think this is a modern thing. Son of Blackbird. Yeah, Lockheed Martin. This is a thing. It's an American hypersonic UAV concept. It's a concept. Can you imagine if they bring this thing out? You look at that, but if you see it head on, it doesn't look too different from the SR-71, which, if you guys remember, is this thing, the Blackbird. Right? I want this in the sim. This thing's evil. It's an amazing plane. It's old, but Jesus, can you imagine seeing this on the road? That's one thing you don't want in your rearview mirror. That's death with wings. But look at this thing. Yeah, look at the front. It doesn't have the big side boosters, but you see this? This is something Batman would be flying if he's taking his family somewhere. Look, dual ramjets. I mean, yeah, Mach 5 plus. Can you imagine? Plane by 2025. Holy crap, can you imagine if they built this? Are they building it? I don't know. I just heard about it. It's the SR-72, the Dark Star one, right? Is it the same as the Dark Star from Top Gun then? Are they going to build this? What's going on? I need to research about it. That's a 3D model. Can you imagine if they actually build the real thing now? US developing SR-72. Lockheed Martin is working on a successor to the long-retired SR-71 spy plane. It will be capable of reaching Mach 6. I mean, geez, Firefox, yeah. Yeah. Look at the front of that. Wow. What a profile that has got. And it, yeah, obviously it has to be a radar beating, undetectable by modern radar. See, the SR-71 was really hard to spot. It was a spy plane, it could fly so high. Radar of that era was no good. I would suspect modern radar would pick it up today. But back in the day, it was very hard. And then some country developed one where they could spot it. And then they spotted an SR-71 flying over in their airspace. And they launched a missile against the SR-71. And so the guy in the Blackbird just said, "Oh, there's a missile coming towards us," and they throttled up and outran the missile. Missile couldn't keep up with the plane, and that was it. End of story. Came back unscathed. Missiles are quick, but the SR-71, even though it's an old plane, was able to outrun it. So that's pretty freaking impressive, guys. Come on. Quite the plane. I love it. I hope somebody does that one. It'd be awesome. I could have done both of these at the same time, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to confuse it. I'm just going to do this one, then put the enhanced in and see what happens. Or do we try and run this one before putting that in? Or do they codepend on each other? I don't know. I don't have long to wait. February 6th, I think it is. Yeah, they're coming to install my new broadband. So this will be a lot faster. Oh, I can't wait. Going from my current speed is 70 down, 20 up, and I'm going to be changing to 500 down and 70 up. So a slight increase, and with about the same price as I'm paying now. So yeah. There we go. Yeah, look, there's the thing. I don't have it installed though, but I did buy that one a couple of years ago, I think. But the reason I uninstalled it was because on some airports it was placing, Rex was placing its textures on top of the other airport textures, and they were both showing up at the same time. So if you were on like runway 12, you might see two number 12s on the runway, and it was putting me off. It was a bit of a distraction, so I just uninstalled it. Yeah, I've got to get my update for the ATRs. I don't fly these. I wish I did. I'd like to learn that plane as well. So we're going to have to wait a little while. Hope you guys don't mind hanging on a little bit. Take a look at it. We're now going off book because we've done the Seattle to Boise flight nicely, and I'm happy with that. Come on. So slow though, eh? Downloading from the server. I wonder if having a faster internet would really speed this up. Who knows? Is this my maximum speed? Because I know I can grab 2.2 gigabytes faster than this normally. I think an idea would be to get used to flying this one, and if I manage it and I like it, then I can think about the payware one, you know what I mean? But this free one that they brought out is very good. They, on the 40th anniversary, I remember Microsoft brought out quite a few planes. They weren't study level at all, but they were flyable enough. You know, we had the Spirit of St. Louis, didn't we? And the one that Amelia Earhart flew, I think they had that one as well. Can't remember the name of it now. And they had one called the Beaver as well, which, if I remember right, the Beaver was one I flew in, and it's an old plane. It's an old one, but I really liked flying it, the feel of it and everything. And there was another. I think there might have been a DC plane, or is it a Comet? I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah, the servers are slow. The free one's good enough. Yeah. You've got 1 gigabyte in reality though, through Wi-Fi about 800. Yeah, I don't like using Wi-Fi, but on my laptop I kind of have to, because the cable I bought comes from downstairs to upstairs, and it's like 20 meters, I think. And you know, on the end of the network cables, the RJ45 connector, it has a pin on it. You know, a little clip pin that you squeeze in to pull it out the network adapter. Well, that pin's come off, so it just sits in there, and it can pop out easily and stuff like that. So I would need to order another, not only order another 20 meg Cat 6 or Cat 5 cable, but to a 20 meter one. But I probably want to get a flat one, like the one I have now. It's a flat one, so I can put it under the carpet. You can't really tell. Those are better. So with your, do you have the flight sim as well, Mark? Because I'm just wondering what's, like, if anyone's got like super fast internet, but on what speed, what download speeds they get. Yeah. Thing. I'm just replying to a message, guys. Give me a sec. Oh, you don't play, no. Yeah, it's difficult. Well, unless you've got it installed, it's difficult to test it then, I guess. like how, because I'm getting this, and I think my maximum oh, it's speeding up now, look. What the hell? It's suddenly decided to go quicker now. I guess my maximum would be around, with OBS running and everything, probably 60 would be nice. Something's happened that's speeded it up a little. It's about 3 times quicker now. Let's hope it stays at that speed. "70 megabits is my max, but I'm streaming, so it's going to take a little bit of that. And I don't have this capped or anything. I used to have this issue where downloading from here, it would get to a certain, like if it was downloading in certain packets, it would do like a packet, and then like say it would do like 5 of 49, and then it glitched, and then it would jump back and then go forward and then glitch and jump back and glitch and jump back and everything. And the way I got around it was I had a program called Net Limiter, and I was able to pick this app, Flight Sim, and limit the download speed, and I manually slowed it down. And slowing the download speed down actually helped it. It made it slower, obviously, but it prevented it from keep going back and keep going back. But I don't have that running right now because I limited it to 25, I think. And as you can see, this has gone way beyond it. See, look at this. Look at this now. It's so much quicker. Please retain that speed when we do in the enhanced one. Be nice to me. Oh, that's nice, Mark. That's a decent speed, eh? Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good speed through Wi-Fi, to be honest. Yeah. Decompressing. Or inflating. Come on. Yeah, if you have a balloon and you're blowing a balloon up, would that count? Are you decompressing it or are you inflating it? Yeah. Is a balloon compressed in its unblown up state? I don't know. I'm sure, I don't know if it was on the Commodore Amiga maybe. There was a compressor, you know, similar to like WinZip or WinRAR, one of those compressor things. And I'm sure every time it unpacked, it used the word inflating. I'm pretty sure it did. I just have a memory of that somehow. Yay! Okay, now your turn. Enhanced. 1 gig. Come on. Build that speed up, baby. Yes. This is more like it. Come on, keep building. I wonder if they have on the Asobo servers, if they have a capped speed or something so that it can be more easily shared amongst many people. I'm not sure. This the list? This one. Not sure what the difference is. Come on. You can hit 40. No, it won't. Will it? Will we see a 4 even just briefly? Or is that the cap? Is it 40 megabits cap? TV and your PS5 are connected directly. Gotcha. That's a good speed though, 91, I have to say. That's a good one. I mean, like I said, I've got 70 down, but with Sky I get probably around 76. I do get a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to get speeds which are a little bit quicker than what you expect. But I'm going to be waving bye-bye to Sky on February the 6th. I hope all that goes well. So I switched broadband provider. It's a nervous moment because I'm going to get a lot better speed for, and I'm going to be, because for the same speed, Sky's price is sky high, ironically, compared to, if I was to go with Sky with the same speed as what I've been offered by this other one, I'd have to pay £20 a month more. So I'm getting a really good deal. And they promised me that it wasn't a catch or anything, that the price wasn't just gonna, magically go up after 3 months. I said, no, this is the price. This is how it's gonna be. Okay, we're nearly at the end. It might still crash, who knows? If it does, I don't know what to do. Just disable all of my add-ons and see if it loads. Maybe it's conflicting with something. We don't need to bother with any of the other updates here. We don't need, because they're not connected, not related. And it's weird that a second ago I only had one update available. Now 7, obviously extra with these A310s. But suddenly these liveries, I don't know, weird. And not installed was 0. Now that's 5. I don't know why. All right, cool. So what's not installed? We got... Yeah, well, yeah, that's fine. I don't install those. And updates, it's all the ATR stuff. It's really weird. They just look like liveries, but except for the last one. Anyway, let's go back. And go to here. There it is. Let's depart from Jesus. Is it this one? Is it YP for Australia? This one. Right. Pick a slot, any slot. This one. Go. Don't you crash now. Don't. Shit. My computer's gone silent. Oh. Okay, I can hear it. It's like I can hear the hard drive, even though it's an SSD. I'm hearing things. Come on. It didn't get this far before. Come on, baby. Light my fire. Come on, you just got that little bit to go. 85%-ish. Come on. Oh. Now I'm going to enable all my add-ons and see if... No, you need to be shut down. I'm going to enable all my add-ons and see if it stops crashing now. Maybe we fixed it. Yes, so I have flown this before. I think I did a stream with it. But I don't know if I did it from cold and dark. That noise is so much bass, holy sugar. Right, so we have our two N1 engines, exhaust gas temperatures, we've got the N2s, the fuel flow, and this bottom one is oil pressure and oil amount, is it? I don't know. Quantity, yeah. Is that QT? Oil quantity and oil pressure. Okay, fine. This is your brake pressure, so if we release the handbrake, which is, or parking brake, excuse me, release the parking brake, and if I push down the foot brakes, we got pressure. Is that good? Is it supposed to go there? Did it move just now? I don't know. Don't think we need the... I think it'll work without the engine on. Pull this. Doesn't pull. Okay. Did that just move? It should be these that move. There we go. Oh yeah, look, I've been squeezing it. I've lost pressure now. I lost pressure in the brakes. Yeah, that's brilliant. Well done. Okay. Why won't it engage? Is that because I've got no pressure left in it? Have I messed this up? Managed through Virgin. Oh, once I get my new one installed, I'll tell you who the provider is. Yeah, once I get it installed. Just in case anything goes wrong. So this is, we have a decision height button here as well. I remember that. Let's have a look, see if we can fire this thing. So does it have a checklist and is it interactive? Checklist done. Is it interactive? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Excellent. So batteries then. I remember this bit. Oh, Jesus, that was loud. Better turn it down. That was a really loud beep. Okay, external power on. Got hydraulic panel check. So we got green, blue, and yellow. And we have pressure in all. I remember green, blue, yellow hydraulics from the Concorde. That's how I remember it. Wiper switch is off. They will be. Gear lever is down. Slats and flap handle in agreement. We know they're going to be. So reverse levers down. Fuel levers off. Ah, okay, those. Gotcha. Weather radar. Yeah, we know this is going to be the case. External power established, we just did that. APU fire system test, that should be here. So we've got the, one's a squib, isn't it? That one. And then we've got the main test. Loop A and, is it loop B? It is. Okay, good. IRS mode set to nav. Oh yeah, now then. This is the only... I had to do a custom camera here. It's probably lost it now. In order to get all these nav buttons. With these three, to get them all on the screen at once. Because there's not a built-in camera, so I had to do a custom one. And in the Boeing you would switch this to heading, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, we do leave this here. This is this one, isn't it? ISDU set. Oh, see, I think that's this. But I'm going to leave it. I ain't going to touch it. If I come off to a different one and then go ISDU set on here, see, it doesn't light up, so it's, that one doesn't work. Right, oxygen low pressure supply switch is on. I remember about that one as well. Yep. Annunciator light test. It's a button. Don't know what it is. What? That sounded Klingon. Right. That's fine. VHF radios is required. So, oh, look at that, man. Are these for beacons? Those look like beacon frequencies. Man, that's old school, boy. Right. And you're supposed to tick all the items, but I haven't. So flight deck prep, seat belts. Let's go. FMC initialize using MCDU. So we've got clear. We don't have anything here, do we? Yeah, we do. Go on. Init. Gotta press this one, innit? I don't have a flight plan filed, but enter to and from airports. Does this one do SimBrief though? It is a good one for free, this. Yes, it is, Lenny. Indeed. Definitely. I don't know what the nearest airport to Perth is. It's Australia, so it's a distance. It's a distance away. Let's take a look. Learn with Rusty. Do you fly this one, Lenny? Engine has to be on for hydraulics to work. Yes. Right, so let's take a look. If we go into little nav map, which is a invaluable free application. That's not the right size. Let's transform to fit the screen. Fit the screen. Boom, boom, boom. So we are here in Perth. A lot of boats hanging around, but we're here. And we want to fly to... Not that I'm going to fly it, I just want to have a quick look. Tom Price. Tom Price? The Formula One driver? Who was killed? Is that what that is? Wow. Okay, so we need... What about this one? I don't know how big these are. Okay, let's this one. Look, I love these Australian names. So cool. Moonunuka. Awesome. Right, so what length is this runway anyway? That's long enough. And this is what? Y-gel. Okay, Y-gel. I'd need to do a sim brief though, surely. Surely to Christ I'd need to do a sim brief. Should we just quickly give it a go, guys? At least fire it up and stuff. Right. Sim briefs. Which is what all pilots wear under their trousers. Alright, so this is the plan that we just did. This is the one we just did, right? So Seattle to Boise. And now we're going to go from... We're going to do a new flight. And with the airline... I don't have an airline. I don't know what it is. What's it called, the plane? I just call it Inibuilds. Ini 2627, departing from Perth, which I believe is YPPH. That's my memory. I don't know. And it's going to Y-gel. Y-gel. And the airframe, if we have it, it's not the same one, is it? We've got the A310-300. That'd be the same though, right? Yeah, Inibuilds MSFS. Yeah, that one. Yes, Perth. I got it. Oh, look at the flight. Whoa, into the water, round and up. Okay. Now, if you want to do different flights and different places, you've got calculate and compare now, which is a really cool feature. So you've got all of this information, and then you can compare it with like a different flight plan, different flight path from A to B, and you can compare the two and blah blah blah. Really good, handy. So let's take that one and we'll generate the flight. Hour and 15 minutes. Can't see me doing the flight though, to be honest. Right, so this is what I wanted, was the route. So we have AVNEX 5 to AVNEX, direct to Ognar, and then straight into runway 21. Okay. It doesn't take... Does it have an EFB for SimBrief? I don't know. I'm going to have a look now. Going to have a look. I'm trying to... Even with 3 monitors, I'm trying to juggle with everything on the freaking screen here. Right, so I've got little nav map. I don't need that anymore because we now know the destination airport. But even if it has got where it can import, it doesn't mean it'll be able to get it from the flight bag to here, right? So where are we on this? Oh, we've got to do the alignment of the okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Enter to and from airports. Verify latitude, longitude position. Yeah, because the from airport will determine where the IRS is. Which is why it doesn't align. I wondered why it was that. Okay, so we're going from Y. Because it's not like the Airbus where it says, you know, in 7 minutes I'm going to be aligned up. It doesn't do that. So YPPH to Y-gel. Okay, and that'll go in here. And there's nothing else there, so we just return. Verify latitude, longitude position. See, there can't be anything. Press align. Right, latitude, longitude, and align IRS. Okay, so now we've got GPS primary. So that's how you freaking do it. That's how it finds out where it is. Well, damn. Because I was aligning the navs with the switches at the top, and then still waiting for it to pop up on here, and it never did. That's why. There you go. Nav accuracy upgraded. It's got it. Well, dip me in sugar and call me sweetie. Right, so cold and dark is what we're at. Aircraft flight details. Yeah, that's all you know, but I don't know if there is an import here. Ground services GPU is on, fine. This is the weather, right? Departure METAR, arrival METAR. Beautiful. And you can do a lookup and you can update the current one. Awesome. Great stuff. Runway conditions, fine. Mass and balance, awesome. So this will take it off the flight plan then. Oh, wait a minute then. Is this the flight plan that I program into the MCDU then, right? You can do it here. So, according to SimBrief, I've got 154 passengers. Right, so I should be able to just drag that out. 154. My cargo is 3850. So let's call it 3.9 cargo. Round it up. Because at least if it's under, the plane will be even happier. And my fuel block fuel is 9118, so 9.2 tons of fuel. There we go. And apply. Fuel 9.2, payload, whatever. Right, well that's fine. So does it have the fuel? Yeah, 9.2 fuel. Awesome, total fuel. Excellent. That's the fuel tank temperature, wow. Okay. Right. We'll come back to this in a sec. No smoking. Set to auto. Where are you? That means it doesn't come on until it sees somebody get a cigarette packet out and then it lights up. Seatbelt should be just above it. Yep. You expect those to be together anyway. Hydraulic power panel to check. I mean, they're fine. We've got low pressure in the pumps, but that's obvious, isn't it? So, servo control panel, check. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for here. These faults, I would expect them to be there because we're only using ground power, so there's no hydraulics or anything, so I would expect that. And the flight recorder has to be on. External lights to set. Okay, take me to where they all are. Lovely. So we've got nose switch off. Yeah, I don't need that yet. It's way too early. Nose switch, landing switch is retracted, wing switch off, strobe to auto. Really? I would have put the wing on now. Beacon off obviously for now. Runway turn off lights, nav and logo set to 1. Okay. I normally put the wing light on. Well, but there you go. Right, ATS lever on. I don't know what that is, but there you go. Pitch and trim and yaw dampers. IRS must be aligned. Yes, they are. Well, I mean, yes, it is. We'll put those on. Electrical power panel. Check. Yep, it's definitely an electrical one. Oh, yeah, shed. That has to go on. The galley thing, yeah, that does have to be switched on. That I think you switch on the same time as you do the oxygen button, if I remember right. But that's okay. Doesn't matter. It's done now. Loop test. Well, let's forget that. Electrical select emergency and ESS. Already set. Preset. That's good. Engine panel ignition selector switch to off. Should already be. Yes, it is. Got crank, start AB, and continuous relight. Okay, fine. I like this. At least it's arduous. 91 items here, but wow. At least it guides you through it though. Select. Okay, so the fuel panel is set. That's a lot of switches. That's a lot of fuel pumps though. It's a bit early to put them all on though, right? When it says set the fuel panel, do we set it ready for what we're going to need, or is this the time to... Okay, I don't mind sticking them all on. We can put them all on now. Do we need center? Have we got fuel in the center tanks? I don't know. what this is supposed to be. I'm going to leave it off so it stays on auto, right? Yeah. Let's leave that one where it is. Right. APU fire check test. Yeah, forget that. We did it. Cabin pressure panel check. See, now this is like the Boeing. It looks like it's... Is it manual? I can't see anywhere where you've got to put the altitude in, so... Anyway, that's green, that's centered, and that's at 0, so I'm guessing that is what it's supposed to be. Window heater switch is on. Okay, done. And probe heat switches. Figured it was those. I was hoping it would be. On. I'll have to make my own notes for this, I think. The loop test for that one. Let's just pretend we did it. Beep, 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 beep. Ventilation panel. Is this overboard valve flow bar illuminated? How can I tell if it's illuminated when you're flashing it blue? Emergency exit lights. Well, this is the thing that puts the exit signs, the green writing, exit light, lights them up. Done. Air bleed panel. If APU bleed switches off, it is. Check crossfeed flow. Yeah. Rule of thumb, I use for Airbus is no lights and the panel should be on. Yes, yeah, that's true. No orange lights anyway. If APU bleed switches off, check crossfeed flow bar is vertical. Are they talking about the fuel crossfeed? Because that would be these, and yes, they're all vertical. Or is, here, sorry. Yeah, this one, there you go. Air bleed. Yep. Now, does that have to be switched to horizontal when the APU bleed is on, or does it do that automatically? Because with this in vertical, you can't have any crossfeeding going on. I don't know. We'll see. Condition temperature panel set and check. Right, this is not directing me anywhere, so I don't know what that is. Pack temperature. Is it behind? Where's the packs? And the condition temperature. So the packs is the aircon and stuff, but I don't know where that is. Cabin pressure, probe heat. Is it here? Are these the... Yeah, there's the packs. But... Pack temperature panel. Check the mode. Select switches in auto. I don't think it's those. These are in auto. These must be these. These are all in auto. It has to be that. And then this could be the panel that they're talking about. And then this is the condition temperature panel. This is the pack one. I don't know. Oxygen panel check. Yes, it's all in the greens. Right. EFIS control. That's down here, isn't it? Okay. Is anything lit up here? I can't see nothing. Captain switch panel. Check. Dude, I don't know what the hell. FCP. It's pointing down into this corner, so, but I don't know what that is. Is it down here? Is it these? Is that the flight director switch? The hell's it doing down there? I don't know. Standby airspeed indicator. Ensure airspeed pointer is at 0. It is. RMI. Ensure no flags and compass agree within 1 degree. Is that these two here? If so, check. What do I know? Right, navigation oh no. PFD. Check no warning messages. No, there are not. That's this fella, right? Navigation display. Check selected display is normal. Yep. Altimeter. Ensure no flag. No, nothing. Set bug to field elevation. Okay, good question. We've got to go to the EFB for that one, or we can just quickly get it from here. .1009. So we're looking at the millibars here. There we go. I'm going to put it in the middle. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 numbers you can do at 1009. I'm going to put in the middle one. Right, next. IFC. Check the T flag. Check TCAS off flag. Right, again, it's just not directing me to where that is. I don't know what IFC is. ADF RMI, ensure no flags and compass agree within 1 degree. Oh, I don't know. Didn't we just do that? Let's just pretend it agrees. EGPWS button, push to test. Do I have to hold it? Oh. It's a slow thing, isn't it? Set the clock. That's here. I'm good. Standby horizon. That's over here. But we can't check no flag and erect. Well, that's personal. Normally you can pull this out and it makes the ball go, but it's not. It does not like it's the same thing here. Slat and flap position indicator agreed with selected position. So slats and flaps are 0 and 0, and if we look at the actual things, so slats at 0, flaps at 0, so they agree. Yes. Next, brake pressure gauge. Slight problem with the brake pressure. It was in the green, and I kind of played around with it, so yeah, I don't have pressure anymore. Sorry about that. Alternate braking system, check. Set to normal. Anti-skid on. Parking brake is set. Oh, now is it? It won't set. I can't put it back on again, and I don't know why. So yeah, parking brake is not set. Auto brake switch is extinguished. Indeed they are. Nothing's been set yet. Reverse and reverser unlock lights extinguished. Where am I looking? Oh, look at this. Climb. This is your flex, right? Climb, cruise, toga. Jesus Christ, it's so prehistoric compared to what we have today. Rev and unlock lights. Where the hell are we looking for that? Is it these? Bloody hell. Engine, instruments, and lights extinguished. Yeah, to me they're fine. Yeah. Landing elevation set. Ah, now then. Good one. So that's, we do it here. Alright, landing elevation. Oh, cheers Mark for the next mech bird. Gotcha. Cheers buddy. Thanks a lot. Right, so landing elevation. Let's go find out. So, Navigraph then. We do a search for the destination, which is YGEL. Go to the charts. Oh, it hasn't got
Thank
ILS.
you, Mark Shaw, for your kind £5 super chat for the next McBird.
Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. I'll put it towards the 300, the A300. Yeah. Where's me sim brief? There. So we're landing at runway 21. So I'm not doing beacons. I'm not doing BORs. So we're doing this one. RNP. What kind of a place is this? I can't see me fly in it. All right. So they wanted the landing elevation, right? Yeah. Well, 121 feet then. And if we're coming in, oh, it's so prehistoric. This is LNAV, VNAV. So 561. Wow. 440 above. Jesus. Okay. Is this, what is this? Somebody's back lawn? Right. 121.
Thank you, Mark Shaw, for your kind £5 super chat for the next McBird.
Yay. Okay, so 121 it is. I don't think we'll be able to set that exactly here. So the closest we can get is 150, right? But I don't know whether we're supposed to go above or below that. I'm going to keep that there. Landing gear warning test. Jesus, these beeps are so loud. Right, tested, done. Where have I gone now? Brake fan as required. I don't think we need it on here anyway. Alternate braking system check. Yeah, you just did that. Parking brake set. Auto brake switches. Didn't we just do this? Brake fan. Speed brake handle. Retracted and disarmed. Confirmed. I can tell you it is. Takeoff warning. Check. Takeoff config test. So that's where you hit it. Okay, engine oil temperature isn't up to spec. And so that's not in takeoff config. Well, if that's your only problem, then me and you are good. This thing keeps going down. Fuel levers are off. Yes, warning system and emergency landing switches. Safe. Oh, safe tide. Yes, they are. They are. Fuel levers are off. We already checked that like a year ago. Warning system and safe tide. ATC transponder TCAS set code squawk. Well, I was going to say let's set it to 2000, but guess what? Put that on there like that. I don't know how the test works. ADFs. Check tone on and ADF and set to ADF.
Climb, crossing, climb. Climb, crossing, climb. Climb, climb.
Okay.
Climb, climb now. Climb, climb now. Descend, descend.
This is all part of the test, right?
Descend, crossing, descend. Descend, crossing, descend. Descend, descend. Descend, descend now. Descend, descend.
Yeah, he's going through all the messages.
Maintain vertical speed.
Rudder trim set to 0. It is.
Maintain vertical
I can't believe rudder trim is set like
Maintain. Monitor vertical speed.
like this. That's insane.
Traffic. Traffic. Clear of conflict.
By the radar. How do I know? Does it come up on the main screen there? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yes, tested. It looks very proud of itself. Okay. FMS route. Here we go. Now we put the flight plan in, right? So clear any messages with the clear button. There aren't any. Okay, this is where we put the flight plan, SID, airways and stars in, and then set the performance data on calculate on AFB and set to FMS. Oh, really? You set the performance data on the flight bag and then transfer it to here? Alright. So we want INI 2627. Cost index according to sim briefs. 48. Wowza. Cruising altitude 33,000. L. Alternate airport is... Oh shit. The alternate airport is the one we're flying out from. So basically if something goes wrong we have to turn back and come back here. Wow, imagine that. Alternate route, company route, putting that in. Oops. Cruise flight. Okay, so don't we put the same information in here then? Why would it ask twice? Format error. Well, I can't tell you the wind. You're going to have to tell me that. At least the Airbus 320 does. If I just put a slash, can you fill the wind in for me? No. It's done it here though. Oh, is this the wind at cruise? Oh, I got you. Yeah, I was looking for this one, sorry. Oh, it's wind, not temperature. Duh. Yes. Okay, I can tell you that one. So the way I go about this one then is if I go into... How many of you were asleep now? Right, so back over on SimBrief then, we go to the briefing preview and we want to come down, at least I think this is how you do it, come down to the wind information, and we're flying at 330, so it'll be 257, that's the altitude we're going to be at top of climb 330, so 257 at 030. 257/030. Oops. Okay, I'm following the Airbus diff rip thing, so F. And we've got obviously discontinuities because we haven't put anything in. So SID is going to be Get back up to the flight route. AVNEX 5. But we have to do the runway first, so let's do 24. Via AVNEX 5. Insert. Oh, it's on the left hand side. Interesting. Okay, so now it's figured out top of climb. Now this is weird, how it doesn't have the destination airport. It's kept at the bottom. Okay, let's go down to destination. YGEL. And the star is ONGAR, if you have it. But we're flying in RNAV 21. Ooh. None of those. Okay, so that's it. AVNEX. And then ONGAR. Okay, so it's, I'm going to put it in manually. I didn't see it on the thing, so we're going to. So top of descent, ONGAR. Then I don't get though why. Hold on. I don't have any of these. So we've got RNAV selected. There's no trans on this, it's direct. It's absolutely direct. Okay. So in that case then, I'll just risk it for a biscuit and just take out this discontinuity here. Did it do it? Yeah, it did. Right. I have no idea whether this is going to sync up or not. If we switch over to flight plan mode, it's just minutes a moment. Let's hit flight plan. Step through. Whoa, okay. Step back. OGNAR. And then what's happening? Okay, that's fine. Yes, that is good. All right. I'm pretending I know what I'm doing, but I don't. Okay, you guys are still watching me here. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it, man. Right, performance data. So we're going to calculate that on the EFB. So it says calculate on EFB and set on FMS init B. Oh, and what? And 2 approach pages. Okay. Take off on approach pages, right? Okay, fair enough. I think I know what it's talking about here. So calculate the performance on the FSB. All right. Let's minimize this then. Now, which one is it going to be? I don't know. Is this for taking off or landing? I mean, oh, it's flex. Okay, it's for taking off then. Right. Here's the performance here. So, runway length. Really? Dude, you can't just get it off the thing? Oh, I don't have to put this in manually, do I? You can't... Oh. Alright. Do we have Navigraph on here? No. Okay. Right. What a nightmare, guys. Imagine doing this. Right, so it wants the runway length and the runway heading. It's managed to get the METAR, I guess. Right, runway length, runway heading. Okay, easy. Let's go do that. So, where's my Navigraph screen? There it is. So we need to go into our current departure airport, my PPH, and we want to go to taxi and airport info, along with the little chart nipply thing on it, and runway length. Well, we're taking off on, I keep forgetting the runway we're taking off on. Hold on. Runway is 24 to 21. So runway 24 is here. So runway length in meters it wants it in. So 2163, and the heading is 241. So 241 and 2163. What could be easier? Okay, so runway length is, do I get a keyboard? Okay, yeah, right, heading 241, and for here, thank you, is 2,163 meters. Wind, I'm going to take your word for it. Weight, gross weight, I don't know, might tell me. No, not yet. Don't we need to be powered up or something? Have some systems on for this gross weight to kick in? Otherwise, how the freaking hell am I supposed to know? How do I get up to the top? This one. Oh. Okay, now I'm stumped here, because unless this is telling me somewhere else where the gross weight is, or what the gross weight is. Why can't you calculate it off the sim brief? That's the checklist. That's the weather. Oh, go back. It is. This is the right information. Okay. I know on the A320 it's the same. This doesn't show up until a certain thing. I don't know. At some point it goes from showing zeros to the full weight. But I don't know how to make it do that. Boy, oh boy. We're in trouble here. How do I calculate the gross weight then? I'm sure we need to power the plane up to some extent. There must be a way, otherwise it wouldn't be asking me. Flaps, 15. Anti-ice off, air conditioning on. it has to be like the gross weight of the aircraft, which is the plane, the passengers, the fuel, everything. Zero fuel weight. You gonna tell me all this? No? Will SimBrief tell you? That's a good point. Take care, Mark. Thank you for sticking around, buddy. Actually, I didn't want to edit it, did I? Okay. Oh, new flight plan. Okay, this is the one. Estimated takeoff weight. What? That's... What? That's really heavy, isn't it? 104.9 tons. What? The Airbus A320 is only like 66. Surely not. Takeoff weight and the gross weight is going to be the same, surely. That can't be right. Bloody hell. Okay, hey, it might be. What do I know? Let's see if it accepts it. It's just a test flight thing anyway, if anything. So weight, 104.9. Good luck with this one. 104.9. Calculate. Okay, those speeds look okay. It's a bigger plane. Yeah, you're probably dead right there. 135, 136, 141. Yeah, we'll get the info from SimBrief then. So block fuel is, we've got it set to 9.2. The zero fuel weight is estimated at 96.1. Jesus, it is a big plane, eh? Wow, that threw me there for a bit. Takeoff gross weight 104.9. Landing weight 100. Now SimBrief estimated at 101.7, but it's okay. And the zero fuel CG. Gonna tell me, huh? Can we just fill it in? Extra time on the fuel, nothing. Oh, there it is. Final time, max fuel level. Extra time optional. What the hell? So zero fuel weight CG. It's not telling me that here. How the hell am I supposed to work out what that is? Does SimBrief tell me that? I'm not seeing it. Let me take a look at the brief. Maybe it'll tell me in there. Right, so there's the landing weight, the takeoff weight. I don't recall ever having to go through all this before. Right, let's have a look. So we got weights. Okay, hold on. Cargo, payload, zero fuel weight, fuel, takeoff weight, stabilizer trim. It's not mentioned anything about zero fuel weight center of gravity though. So I don't know how to put that in, and what if it really wants it? No, everything after that is weather data. Oh. I don't know what this is. No idea. Okay, let's just whatever. 135, 136, 141. Okay. Can we do that again? It's not changing it from 100. It's not letting me change this. It's even telling me here, fuck you. MDA. Oh no, I said it was something quite large, didn't I? That's the decision altitude. Let's have a look. Yeah, I might not even get this thing freaking started. So it's RNAV 21. Okay, so it's 561. Oh, you bugger. What I don't know is why the performance thing isn't letting me put in the V2 speed. It's 141, it's not letting me do it. Okay. I'll just go fucking full blast anyway. So flex to temp is 59, and that is done. There's a place for that, isn't there? Flex to temp here. Ah, you see, I remember. Why is it not moving? There. 59 was it? Yeah. Okay, so that's that. This is doomed to failure. I think once you've had a few goes though, it's all right. So we're not going auto, we're going flex 2. So we just hit that button and then select it here, and then that sets the throttle, which is almost. Throttle limit is 103.6 max. We're going to be using 98%, so that's okay. Oh god. Right. Cockpit door closed. APU start. Oh. Maybe we can get onto the easier bits now. So APU. On. 1, 2, 3, go. Right. That's APU. I wouldn't mind, but this bleeding flight pan keeps moving. ECAM, APU button, press. Right, that's so that we can see what's going on with the thing. Now puts the APU up here, and we can see it spooling up, I guess. Ecam status page, monitor to APU 100%, and then turn on the bleed switch and turn off the external power. Fine, that's this checklist done. I need to see this green arrow moving. Why is it not doing anything? Ah, okay, here we go. It's just a bit slower. Whew. This has to kick up, right? So the temperature's rising. Oh, is it this one then that we're waiting for instead of this? I don't know. Maybe this is oh no, that's the bleed. Be interesting to see what happens. As long as we get the voltage and everything here, we're good. Oh, takes a bit longer, this one. Look, Ma, I'm flying the plane. Oops, you guys can't see that now, can you? That went all mental. If I minimize that, you get full screen flashing. That's bizarre. Hold on, guys. I don't know why you're getting that. Let me just get rid of this. Alright. And now we've got to go put APU bleed on. APU start. Where's the bleed? Where's the bleed and bleed? Oh, it could be up here. APU bleed on and ground power off. Cheers. Cheers. Ooh, everything didn't switch off. It must be doing something good. Alright. Checklist. Before start checklist. Cockpit prep. Signs on auto. Yeah, we did this. Fuel quantity set. You see, there's nothing in the center tank, so there was no point putting the center fuel pumps on. Okay, whatever. Navigation set check. What exactly are you asking me here? What exactly are you asking me here? All of this? Yes, okay, I can do that. All this. Doesn't this have... Well, I'll find out in a minute when I move this box out the way. No, it doesn't. Okay. Got a feeling that we have to put the thing in there later. We've already done that though, somewhere else. But landing elevation set. Did the landing elevation already. Altimeters set both. I don't like that it has to keep telling me to check the same thing that we just checked 5 minutes ago. Brake and anti-skid on normal. Yes, yes. Check those windows and doors are closed. Beacon light on. Parking brake on. I can't do the parking brake. It won't do it for some reason. Beacon light I can definitely give you. And engine start. So request pushback. What are we looking at though? Don't need it. Area clear to start. Ignition selector A or B. I don't think it matters which one, right? I don't know. Don't think it matters. Engine 2 start switch press. Engine 2 fuel lever on at 20% N2. Blue open light for engine 2 extinguished. Okay, fine. I'm going to move this off screen a second. I don't even know why you guys are seeing that screen now. I've got it on a separate monitor. It doesn't like to minimize. It's a crazy little thing. Okay, so engine 2 start. And then we're monitoring 2 up to 20. Just like in the Boeings. The A320's got a lot cleverer than this. Go. Now the N1 should rise. It looks like a private jet, doesn't it? There's no markings on it at all. Now, what I'm not sure about is does the oh no, it probably doesn't. Click back. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'm happy with that one. So let's go to engine start 1. Monitor the N2. Yeah. To 20%. Fuel. We're going to have to start thinking about we've got pressure back. Yes, confirmed we have pressure. Oh, that's why it wasn't engaging. There was no pressure in the thing. Okay, so we've monitored that. The blue lights are extinguished. And then we have to disable the APU. So ignition, normal operations off, precipitation or contaminated. What? Oh, if there's heavy, alright, so if it's heavy rain or contamination, then it stays on. Or contaminated taxiway. I think by on they mean continuous. So we just leave that. I would imagine it's continuous. Yeah. APU bleed. Both engines running? Yes, they are. Single engine running, you need APU bleed on. Both engines running goes to off. This is fairly straightforward stuff. Anti-ice on, in, visible moisture. There, that's right, set for takeoff, flaps 15. Got 15. There's another one here. Setting it to that one. Trim set for takeoff. check the runway nose light. That's in the A320. Alright. I guess we're ready to fly this baby. I don't know where the runway is though. Oh, I know. Can't zoom in. That's A24. Checking on little nav map. I think that is 20. Little nav map then tells me that is 24. We are. To go down. Well, that's a nice taxiway. Alright. A nice one. Convoluted, but it'll be fun. And we need to turn to go P on turn. Throttle in. You little piece of right, sussed it. The reason we couldn't put the V2 speed of 141 in is because it's set here. You watch. And you can't go below it, I think, or you can't go above it. So 141, that's my V2 speed. See? It's set FCU, of course. That's this. The flight computer thing. The autopilot. Right, that's in nav. Auto throttle. That's. Yes. VNav or LNav buttons here. Level change profile. Hold. Altitude hold. Heading select. ILS nav. This one. So oh boy. Of course. You set the V2 speed there. Okay, that's that little thing solved. Yeah. It's okay now though, right? Sorry about the checklist. I know it was a pain in the arse. Let's get powered. Sit higher off the ground there, or at least I do feel higher off the ground than so we're making our way to 24. This isn't going to be nice. We'll go across a runway here. I think you the runway lights. Normally I would have to reach up, put those on, but now way. I'm not in the center line, but I'm not really worrying about that right now. Actually, I think once you learn the checklist, once you've learned to do it, it'll just be a matter of, once it's in your head, it's just like, it's It's just like me with the Boeing or the Airbus. I just don't have to look anymore. I just know. And yeah, there's a few more things to pick up, things on the checklist, but a lot of the things on the checklist is check this and make sure it's set, check that, make sure it's down. And you already, like, check the gear lever, make sure it's down, but you know it's going to be. Now those things you can miss out, but you would do them as a matter of, you know, that's the way it's done in the real world kind of thing. Otherwise, the landing lights are on at the moment. And this is runway 24 then. Oops, too much brakes. Alright, I don't know what to do now, so let's just pretend I do. Chewy, full power. 133 is our rotate speed. Take off this speed is like nothing. Okay, rotate. Did positive right, clear gear up. It is. See the flaps? Can't see. Switch. I need it gone. Autopilot. No. It's going into the floor. Is it trying to match a constraint? Seating position. So if I've got everything set up and that nav is supposed to be lit up, then this plane should turn at this point. Your speed, you're about to overspeed here. Auto throttle is now on, so we're going to get a beep, I think. I forgot to turn on the auto throttle, but that's fine. These are just little tiny teething problems. Now we're actually going in the wrong direction. There we go. I don't know why we're putting these approaches. It's very quiet, isn't it? Well, this is the beach in Perth, and then we're gonna, because it's up here we need to go. So it has to fly out to sea. If you remember the flight plan, it was out to sea first and then in. And I think it's just matching a constraint at the moment. So, initialize as 0. I can't! I don't know what it was. Does it show constraints here? Oh, are these the pluses? Sat here at 2,500. list, so it's in managed mode. Right. Is it a constraint it's having to meet? Because I can't. Let's see what happens at Orchi. Scheduled to go 3,000 something. Let's see if it goes up. See, it's got 33,000 armed in. Gets past Orchi, let's see. Because maybe it's a constraint. And we're flying at such a low speed as well. Force it up, I think, if I hit this. So I need to do a level change, but shouldn't have to do that, right? I don't know why it's not sticking to the plan here. I shouldn't have to do a level change. I don't think, unless it's a really old, because it's a really old plane, you have to. I actually don't know. The plane's going to be I'm not sure what that was all about. Level change, I believe it's just going to go up and it's not going to obey the constraints now. I think I might know. I think it should be set to profile. Right? So it follows the flight profile. I think that's what it is. I think it's auto throttle, profile and nav. See, because the 12,000 or above. I was going to say, let's see if it matches that constraint, but it's above. Alright. I think that's what it is. I think it's this, guys. This is to hold the altitude. This is to execute a manual level change. And this is to follow the profile in here, I think. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So I think set. I don't know what the transition altitude is. So Navigraph. SIDS and to AVNEX 5 hours. So transition altitude 10,000 feet. Okay, we're above that. So now we need to go to default air pressure, which is 1013. I seem to think it is profile. So now what do I do? Do I carry on, or do I just say, that's it, go get something to eat, it's 1:30 in the morning? Coming down, we would need to set the... Do we need to set the course? And if so, or will it know that? Or do we put it in destination details? Because there's no perf button here. It's throwing me out that there's no performance button. It's done in here. So we have an approach. Do we have a course? This is the flap config we're using. I don't know why 2020 is highlighted. Now it's asking me MDA here, 561, and I'm pretty sure you've got to put that in here as well. Decision height. Although height and altitude are two different things. Big nose. I'm just going to put it in there though. Now here's the thing though. When we get to the top of descent, is it the same as the A320? We just put our descent altitude in, and then we just have to pull the switch when we're ready. So if we're going to put the decision height in here, I'm going to set it on both sides, but we can set it, oh no, we can't set it, we're going to do it here first. So course, where do you put course in? Or does it come under heading? Because on the Boeing it's different. Heading is one thing and course is another. And it's not asking me for the course here on the approach. And the takeoff screen is not available anymore, obviously, because it's pointless. Is the descent forecast? Oh, gotta put it in manually. So you would do that off SimBrief, and then you could, yeah, okay, let's have a look. So if I'm doing it from SimBrief, then I'm going into the briefing preview, and depends. So these are our descent here. So I can do 200, 150, and 100. So these three. So 200, the wind will be 260 at 15. At 150, the wind will be 2 blah blah blah, and at 100 it'll be that. And at YGel, I don't know, we need to look it up on the meta. So if we go back here, we can say, we'll do the first one, where it'll be 200, which is flight level 200, 20,000 feet. It will be, the wind will be 260 heading at 15 knots. And then at flight level 150 / wind will be 2. This just helps the plane descend better, knowing what its winds are going to be. It can plot the descent better, basically. So 10. So it's 10,000 feet. It's going to be. So I'm basically giving it no wind profile from 33,000 down to 20,000. But it's after that, it's going to make more sense to have it, I think, on the lower altitudes. So 284 and 17. Now, as for the wind currently at the airport itself, I think we can gain that from here. So let's do an update. So there you go, it did change. So it's 170 at 17 knots. And that might change again before we land. So at the airport it's 170. 17. It's not actually difficult really to work this stuff out. Look at this, man, look at this. Why is that? Oh. Where are the distances? Like between top of climb and avnex, it doesn't put any distances in between. There's the gross weight now, look. But this, I don't know what that is. I have no idea. ILS frequencies here, we don't need that. Oh, there's the course. Yeah, right. ILS we're not using. So the course is... Oops, wrong screen I think. I think I need Navigraph. Which is... I'm just trying to plan ahead. So, need Y-gel, destination airport, and we need the approach. Approaching on runway 21. I even get there. But it's just to show how it's done anyway. So anyway, so the course, the final approach course is 199. Decision altitude, as we know, is 561, which you put in. So 199 is the thing. So I don't know whether, because we're not on ILS, whether it's going to even bother with this, which is the best way to go this way. Now this is the inbound course coming onto the runway. But I don't know whether the plane's even going to, whether it's going to ignore this or not. The thing is, I'm going to put the decision height or altitude here. 561. It's not going to let me do 561, so I'm going to go to 550. Most of this is guesswork, right? So. I think do it on the co-pilot side as well, because why not? Okay. Right, so we're cruising at 280 knots. We've got a nice turn coming up here. And we are actually staying in the air. I might be able to put my liveries back on now. Do we have any internal cameras? Let's have a look. Flip through everything here. Oh, we do. Wait a minute, we've got an inside? Oh, nice. Whoa, hello. Things are flipping. Do have an interior. Oh, there's... I'm not sure which plane it is. It might be the A300, where all of these things, window covers, they all work. They slide up and down on every window. Is that on the Inibuilds A300 though? I've seen it recently, but I'm not sure which plane it was on. It might have been on the A300. If not, I don't know. But some plane has got it now. Imagine going to open all of those before. So I think we've done okay, right? The actual starting of the engines and the APU bleed. Oops. TAT in the icing ring, so that's the outer temperature, skin temperature. And the seat belts can come up as well. So it's in the icing range. guys see the anti-ice before me, let me know. Can't be that far off, that's ridiculous. Gotta be around the heat things, right? Cabin pressure looks good. Anti-ice. Yeah. What's this? Alternative, okay. So wing and engine, yeah. I think there's TAT and there's SAT. One of them, I think it might, SAT is the temperature of the air flying past the aircraft, and TAT, I think, is the temperature of the air that's hitting the aircraft, which will be warmer, obviously, because of friction and stuff and things. Right, so there we are at 33. Now then, as we come down, oh well, isn't this a bag of juice? Huh? Why? What the freak is going on? This is what. Why did? Why does it say 180 at 1? Is this the go around? Don't descend. I'm just going to set it, I don't know what to set it to, so I'm going to put 3000, but then it'll level off at 3. Because you might notice I can't see an approach button on there. It down even more. Look, we can't pick up a glide slope or anything. This one. But there's no approach button. Approach mode. Oh god. I'm not doing the whole flight, surely to Christ. Really? I can't be, man. 2 flights? It's unheard of. But everything's going so smooth. But if it screws up at the end, then it'll have all have been for nothing. Well, the heading's going to be ignored now. We're on nav. Altitude 2500, we'll click that at top of descent. Is that top of descent? It is, okay. Well, I'm curious to see what happens. But we don't have ILS, there's no glide slope or nothing. Just a localizer. And where's the LS button? Does it have one of those? Does ILS do the same thing? Yeah, it does. Cool. Awesome. Alright, so let's just wait for this then, top of descent. Now there's no distances shown here, but Ognar is 66.4 nautical miles away, so at least you know there. And then it's a straight road into Waijo. Oh my god, I'm able to do this. Is there anywhere displaying the flap limits? I'm just gonna going to use the same as I do on the 320. descending. I'll pull it that way and force it down. Again, that's just me not understanding what the hell, why it's not doing it managed. Okay, so we've got our vertical deviation here, so there's the flight path, there's us coming into line. Okay, so I've got to watch that, because I've got a feeling it's not going to stay more drag on the down here at the end of the screen. Why did I have to pull it into what I consider to be a selected mode, which is manual? So, is it going to manage the descent? Let's see, it's bringing it. Is it managing it? Is it? Do you know what I need? I need my dialogues back. Hold on. So it's in assistance, right? Notifications. And it's these. I just want to see what the hell these things are. Oh great, you're not going to pop up. It is the right thing I just enabled, surely. Jesus, flipping flip. Maybe I have to put that one on as well. Oh, what happened to the dialogues, man? I took them off, but I want to know if managed is the bottom one now. It would be strange, because you would certainly expect the airline to keep the same one. Like they wouldn't want to go, oh, here's the A320, and by the way, the select and manage modes are opposite now. I'll forget everything you learned. I can't see how we're going to land this one. Right, so this blue line is decel, is it, or our limit? I don't know which one it is. Does it show decel on here? No. Wait a minute. Director Ongar. Abnex, we've gone past Abnex though. So Ongar, and then we've got the limit here, which is the 10,180. Oh, that's here, I think. Oh man, this is definitely trickier to fly. And the system that shows you the glide slope, you know, the purple triangles, is done here on ILS, so you get to see, but at least we get to see a localizer, right? Up here we've got, it's on nav, it's on, is that programmed descent? And then we've got retard here, which is what, all throttle idle. It looks like we're on profile. Yep, we're just a bit below profile, which I'm happy with. Don't tell me I'm going to land this thing. I will be beyond amazed if I even get this thing down. Is there anyone still here though? Oh, there's 6. Seems like there's 6 people. Alright. Well, hey, guys, thanks for sticking with me through this one. I appreciate it. The first part was fine with the Fenix. That was cool. No problem with that. But learning to get this thing cranked up and going. And all I'm trying to do now is just apply the limited knowledge I've got of the A320 and the Boeing combined as well to get this thing down. And this is where those descent winds are important, I think, because it helps the plane to figure it all out on the way down. But I think this does have. Well, it must have it. L nav V nav. It must have V nav. I'm just wondering why when you click up here it didn't start to descend. I had to put it the down arrow I consider to be selected mode and the up arrow is managed. This button is just for different displays on the screen. Not like your VOR display. Sorry. VOR, but obviously nothing's going to show up there. And I should have also checked the transition altitude coming in. It is 10,000 feet. So at 10,000 then the METAR is, let's update it. That's changed a little, but I'm not going to bother with that now. So 1009, that's been constant. So at 10,000 feet we'll change that. There it's set, look, on the alternate one. Okay, looks like we're still on course. It is a very quiet plane. I think buying the A300 though would certainly prompt me to learn this even more. I don't mind these older planes at all. If you want dials though, if you like dials, then there's only one plane that you need to look at, I think, and that's the DC-6. I don't know which developer did that one, but it's incredible. The sound, it sounds amazing. It looks amazing. It's just dials and buttons and switches, and it's old-fashioned. 4 engines. I mean, this thing. It's an amazing plane. I should fly it more often, but it's a tricky one. Oh, here we go then. This is the final turn for the airport. Right, let's get this down to the correct air pressure. 1, 2, 2. So, let's fly over here. Turn this down. Oops, I've changed the bar there. That's set to 2980. This one's a little bit off. So we are at the correct speed. Why is that? Okay. Why has that blue arrow got so far away? Is this bad? We're a little bit above the flight profile. I'm going to just try bringing in the speed brake just a tad. Oh, we've had the speed brake armed the whole time? Okay, now we're in program. I can't believe I had this armed the entire time. You'd think it would tell me on here. So at the limb, wherever the hell that is, if it's right there, that's going to be very tricky. I may have to manually manage the speed here. Let's see if it drops below 250. It's supposed to do that here, but I don't know the distance between limb and YJO, and that's not good. And if that's the limb arrow, that's way too far. Oh. We're not on course for the runway, are we? No, we're flying over it. We're going to fly past it, guys. It's because we don't have a proper star to come in by, and it's like, yeah, this is not going to work. We're literally going to fly over the runway. The runway's 10 miles away, and we're still 6,000 feet in the air. Because we didn't actually have a star to come in with, it just said direct. So I think it's expecting me to manually fly this thing in. And as you can see, that's not going to happen. Even though the vertical deviation here says, yeah, everything's cool. Yeah, not really. I'm not going to pick up anything here, are we? Where's the runway? I mean, we're literally just going to fly over the airport. Should I manually take over? Guess I've got my answer. There's the runway. See, now what the hell, man? Oh, this I don't need. This. That I don't need. That I must have enabled that instead of what I wanted to enable. Yeah. I guess we can abort the flight now then. There's no point carrying on. Trying to get this thing to slow down, but course again? I forget. 211, something like that. We're coming in on the wrong runway if I even manage to do it. over there and monitor the speed at the same time. And this radar display, the ND here at the bottom, useless to me. Absolutely useless to me. Turned too early. Landing is a botched landing. Second time I pressed the wheels down button. Good thing I checked outside.
Sync rate. Pull up.
Don't worry about it, pal. Already too high.
Sync rate. 100. Pull up. Pull up. 100. Pull up. Pull up. 200.
Do the puppy lights not work if you're landing on the wrong way?
Sync rate. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10, 5.
Put the auto brakes on. You'd have a lot on my mind. I should have put the auto brakes on to go there, but... Well, that was as smooth a landing as you're ever going to get. I didn't even feel it. It landed so smoothly. But the descent, no, that was 10 tons of wrong. Where is this place? It's out in the middle of nowhere. Oh man. Down, didn't I? Everyone's safe. Pick an airport with an ILS runway. I think it would have gone a lot better then. It would have had a proper final approach to come in with. Didn't have that. It's direct to the runway. All things considered, I got it up, I cruised it, and I got it down again. Take that as a win. Alright, that was bonkers. But I did it. Anyway, I'm assuming you're all asleep or AFK, so I will just bid you guys farewell. Thank you for watching. It was an adventure. Until the next time then, I bid you all farewell and welcome to, I don't know, Wygel Airport. So until next time, good day.